Oh man, how you doing this morning? Good afternoon, whatever it is.
It's about to be afternoon over here. I'm good. Hot. I'm driving home right now.
Okay, okay. Happy belated holidays. Happy belated Father's Day. Happy belated Juneteenth.
I appreciate that. Definitely happy belated Juneteenth and happy Father's Day to you too if you're a father, even if you're not.
Sir, yes, sir. All right, so we got some stuff to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Because we did leave last week. We didn't have a show only because well, it's actually a lot of reasons. Getting some time off from Summer Games Fest. I was a little busy. Was There's many topics to talk about. We did skip some topics from last week. I mean, from the week prior because we just didn't get to it because we was talking about Summer Game Fest and there was a lot to talk about. But with the combination of these 2 weeks, we got some stuff to talk about. And hey, let's just start. Let's get to our intros. I'll do mine first. This FreddyJGamePlay. You can follow me on Instagram X, Twitter, Instagram X. Lord. Okay, let me reset. All right, this is FreddyJGamePlay. You can follow me on Twitter X, Instagram, Threads, and over to YouTube at FreddyJGamePlay. I actually just reactivated my Facebook too, so you can follow me on there as well. That's actually where I have like most of my engagement in. I got to Twitter to get all the news and everything. Either way it go, follow me at FreddyJGamePlay. If you want to tune in to the space live, the podcast live, you can follow us on Twitter X. We can tune in live. You can add into the conversation if you would like to. If you're watching on the YouTube at the space replays, make sure you hit that like button so that way we can get the algorithm working. You can go ahead, BC.
Yeah, it's your boy Aero Beast. You can catch me on every single social media platform. Same name, you hear for Beast. Where I live stream, I make content, I do giveaways, like I'm doing a giveaway right now for Black Ops 6. When that drops out. And you guys can stay tuned to my Warzone challenge of 200 wins for Season 4. It's a rough road right now. It's been really bad lately due to the, the game's meta. But you can definitely still follow me, and we will get to 200 wins. And I also live stream other games as well. But like once again, you're a beast on everything. That's UHURU, beast, on every social media platform.
All right, bet. And then just for the sake of I guess confidentiality, whatever that is, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, go any of the listeners that would like to tune in, just request to come up on stage and we'll let you up and everything. So if you want to contribute to the podcast and everything. But and also too, just disregard, Beast on his phone driving. He is hands free. Let's just make that statement right now. It's hands free. Yeah.
And free, sure.
No. And yeah, let's get right into it. Okay, so wait, I just realized too you driving, so
Yeah, I should be stable in like maybe 10 more minutes and I'll be able to take over everything.
okay. All right, cool. Okay, until he does that, let me dang, I said I was gonna pull up the topics. Okay, here you go. All right. So uh we gonna just start off with some spicy stuff. Black Myth Wukong, which is what has been my most anticipated game of this year since last year. It got some new interesting details that dropped out with it. I don't know why I didn't have that link that you sent me. I thought I put it in here, but for some reason it is not in here. So Let me go. Oh, it is in here. Okay, okay, I do see it. All right. So first off, Black Myth Wukong is a very exciting game. You know, it's a very anticipated game from a lot of people, and you know, it's they've been having some gameplay reveals and a lot of stuff. A lot of details been coming out with the game. The game looks fire. Okay. One thing about the game though is that the physical edition will not include an actual physical disc with it. You're gonna need to download the game through a digital code, and this isn't the first game that done that, but it should be pointed out that even though you're buying a physical edition of the game, it's not going to have a physical disc. Now, the reason that they said that was because uh, it was limitations and distribution. So this is the studio's first global release, and it was just limitations. Okay, they couldn't really get to. I'm gonna be real with you. It probably was, um, again, due to the fact this is the first global release. They may not have had the funds for it. To be honest with you, like it looked like they look like they put everything they had into this game. The game looks polished. It looks more polished even when it was first revealed, and the game was looked very polished when it was first revealed. Um, we've been seeing the updates as time went on, and yeah, it's not gonna come with a physical edition. Not gonna come with a physical disc.
Yeah, that's it's not a physical version. Then you get the box, and you can put it on your nightstand or your gaming setup, whatever your living room set, whatever you got. But I hate when they do that. I hate it because that's not a. You might as well just not even give you like. So you're gonna spend money on the casing, but you're not gonna you're gonna give them a redeem code to download it digitally. It's sad to see. This is what this is a first time game for the studio, right? First game for the studio.
Yes, the first global release.
First global release. Okay, so then that it makes sense that they're doing that because they probably really don't have the funds to do it. But it's sad to see that because what's to say that other games don't start doing the same exact thing? Hey Fred, do I sound better now? Does it sound a little better?
Yes, you sound absolutely better.
Okay, good. So yeah, what's to say that other games don't start doing that? Like I'm surprised. I'm surprised Call of Duty and all these multiplayer games don't do the same thing. They still release this for those games. So like for this game, does this game have co-op? I don't. We don't think we don't know yet, right? Because this is a Souls-like game. It should be a single player, right?
I believe it's a straight up single player game, and there, it's it's so it's kind of being confirmed as not a Souls like. It's like it's more of a. I hate to bring it into the conversation, but more of a Devil May Cry. Uh
Ain't nothing wrong with Devil May Cry.
yeah, it's not. I just don't. I hate. You know, people always compare everything to Devil May Cry. You know, just like how people always compare everything to Souls like. So I didn't want to like. It's definitely not Devil May Cry, right? Like it's a lot of differences still, but it just that's been something to talk to, right? Like after the gameplay has been released, it's not a Souls like we thought it was. It's heavily action based.
Okay, so it's like so we could say it's more like a Devil May Cry style. Okay, because Souls like is more parry this, parry that, block this, block that. Devil May Cry is more combos and like kind of like Bayonetta. Let's say Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, and Stellar Blade style.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, okay, but once again, a shame. Game 2024 game releasing without a disc. But real quick, a lot of the games that release nowadays versus back then. Um, Back then you used to get manuals, posters, and all kind of stuff with the games, right? Now all you get is a disc and a digital manual because the manual is literally on the game, and then the game is not even fully on the disc. Like a lot of the games we play now. the game is not fully on the disc. You're downloading it. You're still downloading the game, even though you're putting the CD into your console, PC, whatever. So it's like, I don't I, like it doesn't match the same energy as it did before.
Yeah, it really don't. One thing like Spider-Man 2, right? I end up getting a collector's edition for Spider-Man 2. I made a joke on my timeline. I said I actually canceled it, which I did. I canceled the collector's edition, but I ended up actually getting it back. So I ended up pre-ordering the collector's edition again. I have the collector's edition of Spider-Man 2. And that, like, a lot of collector's edition do this too, to where you can get the physical, you get like the physical box, the steel book, and like the statue, whatever the collector's edition come from. And I really got it because it's steelbook, but I wanted a digital copy because I didn't want to wait too long. Like, I didn't want to have to wait for the game to come for me to actually play the game. You know what I'm saying? Um, I was hoping that they was going to email me the code, but it ended up just coming straight with with the package. And granted, my package came. I was I know this is a long story, but since I canceled my pre-order and I pre-ordered again, I was worried that I wasn't going to have the game until later on. Like, I wasn't going to have my slot where, I the package came when the game released. Right, I thought I was going to have to wait a couple of days, but that my package ended up coming like that morning. You know what I'm saying? The day that they said it's going to be coming, or the first day that they started shipping them out. So I was lucky at the fact that my package came on time, even kind of early. But I feel like a good solution to this would be if they send digital. If they did this, send the digital codes in an email. That way, people can be playing the game before they package arrive if they ordering this, right? Like, that's one of the pet peeves I have with ordering sometimes games. Even though I haven't actually, I can't really say it's a real pet peeve because it hasn't happened to me yet. But that's one of the fears. Like, I'm ordering a game and the game takes too long to come, like, physically. Now I'm losing out. Like, I'm a streamer now, right? I'm a streamer. So what if I was streaming, the newest games and everything? If I waited like a day or two, well, that's affecting my streams right there. Either way it go, it hasn't happened to me. I think that would be a good solution, but I am in agreement. If I'm ordering something physically, I expect to have that disc. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm ordering it. If I order something physically, it's for to have a physical copy of it. I can just order a steel book at that case. No pun intended. If I did not have, if I didn't want to, if I want a digital code with it, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So that's I don't know. So when I buy games now, I usually don't get them shipped. I never get them shipped, right? I always go to the store and pick them up. And a lot of the time, depending on the game, I will buy the collector's edition. So to give you an example, real quick, I know we're talking about Black Men, what's it called? Black Men, whatever. Um, when I went to go get Tears of the Kingdom, I didn't get the regular version, and that's another thing. Nintendo, when you buy a Nintendo collection or a Nintendo game, it comes with the cartridge and it comes with a manual. It comes with all that stuff. When you buy like a major third party release, if it's not a collection, you just get the disc and that's it, right? And in this case, you're only getting the digital code. I You brought up a very good point. Why not just send me an email with the digital code so I can play the game and then you ship me the physical copy later so that I can actually feel like I'm enjoying, I'm actually having a physical copy of something. I like that. That I have never heard anybody say that yet. That's actually a very good point.
Yeah, I would love it to where even if we do get physical copies, right? Like, the standard. physical disc and the physical case, whatnot. Even if we had an option, because I like steel books. If I'm gonna purchase something physically, I ain't gonna lie, it's to get the physical disc, but I be wanting a steel book. So what if we had an additional option to where we can order a steel book and the steel books come with the digital codes, like as another option to buy physical, right? Like it's almost like a hybrid. You got the physical regular model, you got the digital model, but then you got the physical with the digital with the steel book and the digital code. Like that's what I would personally like because I would actually do that more than anything. I love steel books.
Yeah, me too. I love steelbooks too. Steelbooks be steelbooks be beautiful, man.
Yeah. And that could be like how they had the standard edition, you got a deluxe edition. You got a deluxe edition that's like $10 more, right? You get some stuff. If they had like a steelbook edition that was like maybe like $20 more, or even $25 more, right? Where you get the physical copy, you get the deluxe edition. Excuse me, you get the digital code, you get the steelbook, you get everything at the deluxe edition, and have that be an option. I will actually gravitate more towards that than any other option that's out there, because I like digital too.
Right, right, and that's one thing I never liked either. Too, when you have a standard edition of a game, you have a deluxe edition of a game, then you have a steelbook and this collection edition of the game. I'm always gonna go. That's like when you go buy a car and you got different trims of the car. I mean, to me, not to everybody else. And for example, I'm about to buy a 4 Series BMW. Then you got 4 Series, and you got like a 420i, then you got a 430 30i, whatever, with the one with the upgraded stuff, and then you got the M. I'm always going for the M, no matter what. It's the same concept with video games. I know it's way cheaper, and it's a different category, but when I used to buy games back in the day, and they had a regular edition and a deluxe. I never liked the deluxe edition because the deluxe edition you just own. You're at. I'm paying $10 extra for in-game content that I really am not gonna really use, and it doesn't make a big difference. Then I might as well go to the highest tier and get everything that I can get out of it. Or if I don't want to save money, then I'll just go to the lowest tier. The middle tier never works for me, and I never liked that deluxe edition. It's a lot of games that do that, and I never liked that. So, and then if you like, for example, if you was to replace the deluxe edition or add all the stuff with the deluxe edition with a steel book, and then let that be the middle ground. Okay, this is the middle ground. You still get a steel book with the collection edition, but just in case I don't want to pay all the money for the collection edition, and I want to go with the middle edition because the steel book, I like that idea better.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then also, so one thing about another thing about Black Myth Wukong is, so even though the physical edition is not launching with a physical disc, there are also some limitations about this game, or I should say about some systems, because this game will not be available on Xbox Series X and S. Uh,
You want me to take that?
yeah, and the reason it being is because so let me just state this: the developer says something and Microsoft says something, and they are two conflicting sides. The developers of the game, they said that they weren't on Xbox Series X and S because of limitations of the hardware. They're optimizing. This is their own words. They're optimizing the Series X and S version to meet our quality standards, so it won't release simultaneously with the other platforms. So they're going to release on those consoles. It's just not at the moment. And then um, Microsoft said something as well. At least Phil Spencer, he mentions that. Let me bring up the exact quote really quick. He said that This is what Phil Spencer said. I want to give you the choice on how you play your games and who you play with, and not try to um not try to do slimmy platform off excuse me, slimy platform things to force you to do what I want you to do. So he's pretty much saying, dang, Sean Lady responds to this too. He's pretty much saying that other platform holders, other platforms are doing slimy practices to not put or to not have games be available on other platforms, which is basically implying that Sony had paid for exclusive content of this game, which is not true. The developers already came out and said that they're not putting the game on Series X and S right now because of limitations with the hardware. All right, you take over. My bad.
Nah, you good. You said exactly what I was gonna say, and let me just add some more to it. So there, Microsoft is saying that Sony paid them a little bit of bread, right, or a big amount of bread to keep it off Series S, but they saying that the game doesn't meet quality standards, right? Okay. Why doesn't it meet quality standards? Because if the game is ready on PS5, the game should be ready on Series X. The reason why is because Series S, right? Because you can't. They have to optimize that game to run at their quality standards, not Microsoft, the studio's quality standards on Series S. Because wasn't that the requirement? How many times has this happened with certain games? Certain games have released on PlayStation first because of Series S. One example I can bring up right now is Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 was not available on the Xbox platform at launch because of what? Now, granted, does the game run better on Xbox than it does PlayStation? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Pretty sure it's running the same. No console war shit. I'm not doing any console war shit here, and I'm sorry if you hear that in the background. I'm sorry. But no console war shit. It ran damn near the same. So now we got this game here coming out, and now you want to make the excuse that Sony paid, but the reason why other games didn't launch at launch on your platform was because Sony paid it back for it. Sony didn't pay no back for that. It's the clearly the limitation is the Series S. I don't understand the concept of having a system. It's never been done. This is the Fred. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the first generation we had, right, where you release two SKUs of consoles, one being less powerful than the other at launch. We're not talking about pro models or anything, but at launch, right? And now we're going further along in the generation, and we're having problems with games running on Series S. So that $500 that you paid on your Series X, you can't play that game because it has to run on all platforms. It has to run on both platforms.
Right. It's like the Series X is the pro model to the S, and if that's the case, then the Xbox Series S is this generation's console. That's Xbox console. The X really don't matter because it's literally just it's a pro model. That is your pro model.
So yeah, that once again, so that they did say that. They said that the Series X was this generation's pro model or mid-gen refresh. That's the exact words they use. They use mid-gen refresh, right? And if that's the case, then what the hell are they gonna do when PS5 Pro comes out? And games are running on that like crazy, and the Series X is not running it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand the whatever they was trying to do. I actually no, I'm lying. I do understand what they was trying to do, but I could point 1,000 ways how they were wrong. You have the Series S, so let me just pull over real quick and then speak my piece because I'm on a bumpy ass fucking road right. All right. So you have the Series S that they wanted to launch. They wanted to launch at a low price point to undercut Sony, right? Because they're thinking that okay, these systems launched in the pandemic. They launched when the economy was bad and nobody had money. Everybody was getting stimulus checks, etc., whatever, whatever. So when Christmas came around and parents wanted to buy kids a Christmas present or whatever, little Timmy wanted an Xbox. Or he really wanted a PS5, but because money wasn't there, they got little Timmy a Series S because that fit into the budget. And they're like, well, later on we could just expand the storage, but still, next gen system is gonna play all the games. They wasn't thinking about nobody's thinking about stuff like this. These games are gonna get delayed because it has to be optimized for Series S, and that's why it's not working on Series X. But there's never been a console generation where they release two SKUs, one being less powerful than the other. We never seen that. But they was trying to undercut so that they can get the sales, so that they can say, "Hey, we got more sales," because Xbox One, the last generation, didn't do well. So they was going to use that Series S to booster their sales and try to get everybody into the ecosystem along with Game Pass. And now look, we got games not releasing day one on a system that's capable of doing it because the other system can't do it. That's a shame. And I don't care. I own every single system. I have Game Pass, I have an Xbox Series X, I have a PS5, I have a PC, I have a Nintendo Switch. I own every system. There's no hate, console war, and nothing about it. I'm just don't understand that point about it.
Yeah, yeah. The minimal specs on PC was um was revealed on Black Myth Wukong too, and you're gonna need way more memory and on a minimal specs of a PC that the Series S has. So I mean, it's truth to the matter. Like if it can't run, if the specs from the Series S, if you can convert them over to a PC, if and the specs are from Black Myth Wukong on PC, you can't run it on Series S specs. Like it's just, it is what it is. It's like that's the truth of the matter, and it's been Dad's been saying this for a while. So yes, the Series S was a mistake. Um, it definitely.
So my question is, what is the exact problem with the Series S? Is it the RAM that's the problem?
It's,
Because it's running the same CPU as the Xbox Series X.
I think it's a lot of things, but the RAM definitely has been holding it back. Specifically for Black Myth Wukong, it is the RAM. It is it's the memory. And I think, I mean, when they announced the Xbox Series S, I think most people, including myself, we looked at the RAM and was like, "That's it." Like I think it was 4 gigabytes. I think for if I'm not mistaken, I think it's like 4, and like that was less than what some of the past consoles had. So it's like the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X had more than that. So why would you be delivering a weaker console than your Pro models from last year? It didn't make sense, or even on paper.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of videos comparing this Series S to the Xbox One X, and a lot of times the Xbox One X is running games at higher resolution, not frame rate, because the Xbox One X is still using the old architecture of CPUs, the Jaguar,
Hmm.
and of course the Series S is using the RDNA 2 that's inside. This is the same one that's inside the Series X, but a little bit clock less than the Series X. The GPUs where the main thing is, and also the RAM. PS5 and Xbox Series X has 16 gigs, and I think the Xbox Series S has 10 gigs. I believe also there was a report. Now, quoted, don't know 100% if it's true or not. I heard that they bumped up the RAM once they heard what the RAM was inside the PS5. that was a, I don't know if it was a rumor or if it was something like that, but that's what I heard. Heard that they seen the specs of the PS5. They're like, we need to bump up this RAM because this RAM is not going to be good enough. Um, and you know what this kind of reminds me of? This game in particular, since we're talking about this game, is when back in the day they released Crisis, the first Crisis, and it was like the most beautiful game you ever seen. And it was only released on PC because you wasn't playing that game on PS3. You wasn't playing that game on Xbox 360. But then when that game did release on PS3 and Xbox 360, right? You see how bad it was degraded from the PC version. Now, granted, PC, it depends on your PC. But a lot of times when you've seen the game, it was running a certain way, certain resolution, certain frame rate for that, certain everything. And then when you've seen it on PS3, no matter what, even the minimum specs on PC would look better than what the PS3 version, and the frame rate was better. I think when that game came out, the game was running at fucking 15 frames per second on PS3 and Xbox 360, 20 frames. It was bad. That's what kind of what the Series S reminds me of. Is like, we don't want that to happen again, so we're gonna do everything possible to get this game to run on this system because we have to run this game on this and this. Terrible. Don't like it.
Yeah, the pro models are definitely, the mid gen refreshes are definitely a better option. Like, y'all was already doing that. If it's not broke, don't fix it. So they should have just stick with what they was doing and called it a day. Because at the end of the day, the One X was still more powerful than the PS4 Pro. So they could have just did that again.
Yeah, they could have just relaunched Series X. Just like PlayStation launched PS5. Did the same thing, one digital, one not. Uh, and just left it just like that, and then made a mid-gen refresh because you don't know when when these systems are made. These systems are made way in advance, right? Way in advance. When PS5 and Xbox Series X first came out, that RDNA 2 wasn't even released on the PC market yet, right? Wasn't even released on the PC market. Now we're up to RDNA 3 and RDNA 4. I think RDNA 4 is not even out yet, but I know RDNA 3 is out because there's some handhelds that have RDNA 3. CPUs, which is has a GPU with it too, or whatever. Um, those are out right now. But when these systems are made, they made so far in advance to try to be future proof for for a whole generation. So in the middle of the generation, if you want to do some enhancements, that's when a mid gen refresh comes in. And rumor, and Xbox is talking about the Xbox Series X is their mid gen refresh. Hmm. Like, what do
Yeah,
you?
hey, my bad. I want to clarify something too. My bad. So it has 10 gigabytes of RAM. I want I was thinking of four. It's 4 teraflops. That's what I was thinking about.
Right,
So
four teraflops.
that's crazy. I mean, of course, teraflops are teraflops, right? You can't measure everything off of that because at the end of the day, the PS5 has less teraflops than the Xbox Series S. I mean, Xbox Series X technically, but it runs games better in a lot of cases than the Xbox Series X because of, and I'm talking about newer games, not older games, but because of the how the architecture.
Optimization.
Yeah, it's optimization. Definitely optimization, especially with first party. But like the architecture in general, how they're using the architecture. You got overclocked opponents. The SSD is faster, um, and so on and so forth. Well, so um,
Yeah, that's why I
yeah,
said that it had 10 gigabytes. I just wanted to look it up to see what the gigs was. Once again. I guess cost saving measure, they didn't want to put the same amount of RAM. Like, so I could understand being like, hey, we have this 1440p machine, and you're gonna pay $300 for this 1440p machine, right? But the RAM is a big thing about a lot of games because the RAM is what loads the textures and it loads a lot of stuff. It does a lot of things. So if you want to cut back on the GPU power, which that's what the Series S did, that was the main thing because they wasn't targeting 4K 60 with the Series S. Even though a lot of games still to this day don't run that 4K 60, run that dynamic scaling. That's what they was trying to do with the Series S, right? Was trying to do 1440p, which is basically I call that 2K. 2K resolution. Um, but then you take the RAM down by what? 6 GB? Whew. By 6 GB, you take the RAM down. And I had a Series S in the beginning because I didn't really want to buy at the time. Didn't want to buy a Series X. I said, you know what, let me just buy a Series S and then have it as like a Game Pass machine. I'll just and expand the storage. So I did that. And I played Halo Master Chief Collection. And I didn't like the way it looked. Cause like it was like really, it wasn't 4K on Series S. Then I went to and then I sold that Series S and I brought a Series X and I played the Master Chief Collection on Series X and I'm like, okay, now this is what I'm talking about. So it just is weird design choice for me. I don't know what they was trying to do, but they was trying to undercut them, Sony. They was trying to get the people who wasn't really into the top tier stuff to go and settle for less with that, and thinking that they was getting a bargain and bundle that with Game Pass, and think they was gonna fly out and like just dominate everything because that was the same price as a Switch. Yeah, well,
Oh, yeah, you're right about that. See, look, I'm glad I'm not the only person that's just ain't nobody picking on anybody. But hey, look, Microsoft, Xbox, they a business, so we consumers stop getting ripped over. Uh, really quick. So we had a couple quick fire topics. It's not really much, but Sparking Zero, the cover of Sparking Zero, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, it was actually inspired by a fan. So there's a picture. The cover of Sparking Zero. There's a picture that a fan had made before the Sparking Zero official cover release, and it looks exactly like the official cover. So they definitely took inspiration from that fan and made it the official box cover. I think that's pretty cool.
yeah, that was one thing that I looked at the other day, and I'm like, really, a fan made this? Sometimes these companies take ideas and images from fans and use it. I kind of like that because that's like incentive for them to be like, hey, our stuff isn't as good as we thought, but this person made this, so we're gonna use this instead. And it's a great cover. Look at the cover. It's one of the best covers of a Dragon Ball Z game to date. I'm not saying it's the best, but it's one of the best.
Not fact.
So thank God they didn't use AI to make the shit. That's what I'm thinking about. Because a lot of companies like, we wanna get all this extra work out. We're gonna just use the AI, and they use a fan instead of using the AI. That's great. And I love the cover of that.
Nah, facts. Yeah, it's a really good cover. Also speaking about Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, because we was talking about this last time. GT characters will be in the game. It's pretty much confirmed now. I know you're happy about that, ain't you?
Yeah, that's like the most I'm most happy about that because I love GT. I really love GT. I love Super too. I like the regular Z too, but the GT characters, I play Budokai 3, and you got the hype when you turn your Super Saiyan 3, then you like Super Saiyan 4 is like that was like the top. Now they adding Super Saiyan 4, Gogeta and Goku and Vegeta. and they adding those characters in the mix. Yeah, that was just a great thing to add. I'm glad that they adding that on top of Super, on top of everything. Even though, by the way, if you guys are an anime fan, GT wasn't considered canon, but I don't care that it wasn't considered canon because that shit was still great.
Well, see, in the games too, that stuff don't even matter. Like, of course, the anime does, but um, I do agree that they got some of the best villains, like Baby, Super Baby, Omega Shenron, the other dragons that we really don't see as much either. Um, they have more the dragon villains. I forget what they call, but they have more the dragon villains before Omega Shenron and Budokai 3. So maybe those will return too. Um, even like, what if we even get to play as like GT Vegeta? I don't think he had like a lot of special, like even if it's just a skin, you know what I'm saying? Like, ain't even got to be. Well, they granted it's Tenkaichi, so they probably not gonna do skins. They probably just gonna have a different character in general, but still, like those characters were pretty cool. Like, what if we had like adult Trunks and adult Goten and Trunks from GT? Like, that would be pretty cool.
Facts, facts. Yeah, man, Super Baby was one of my favorite. Like Baby Vegeta and Super Baby, whatever. I like that character. I like Omega Shenron too. I like all of the dark. They call it the Dark Star Dragon balls, and those were the enemies that came out the Dragon Balls. So that's why there was the dragons, and Omega Shenron was the most negative one. He was the strongest one. I liked all of them. I didn't really I'm trying to think. I didn't really care for Pan, which was Gohan's son. But I'm pretty sure she's gonna be in the game too. But every other
His,
character,
his
I feel like
daughter,
I like.
his daughter.
I'm sorry, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Daughter, I'm sorry. Yeah, daughter. It's early, man. Um,
It's just funny because like she's kind of like a tomboy, so that
Yeah, she's a tomboy, and I don't. And that's another character I don't like either. Was Riddell? I didn't like Riddell or Pan. I like Gohan. I like Teen Gohan. I didn't like Gohan when he became an adult because he was really restricted. When he was really supposed to be the strongest one, apparently he's supposed to be the strongest one, stronger than Goku, stronger than everybody because he was like half sane and yeah, he was half sane and half human. And then they got Gotenks as what 75% human and 25% sane. So I didn't really like Gohan once he got older, but and so I don't like those people. But the enemies in GT was great, and then the fact
yeah.
that you exceeded Super Saiyan 4, and then you had the red hair and all that stuff. Versus when you talking about, I know we're getting off track a little bit. When you're talking about Super, it's like, okay, your hair turns blue and then you got the altered ink. So that's good and all. I didn't care for the suit, like turn blue hair, but I did like Ultra Instinct. What was Vegeta's thing? I think he had his own little thing too, but it wasn't Ultra Instinct. But whatever, all that's in the game. I'm happy that's all in the game, and we can actually play a modern Dragon Ball Z game with all these characters in it. When was the last Dragon Ball Z game released? Fighting Zero? Not fighting. Dragon Ball Z Z Fighters. Was that the last one?
Uh, fight. Yeah. I
Fighter Z.
think. So.
Dragon Ball Z Fighter Z.
Well, Kakarot was, but yeah,
Yeah,
fighters like that.
But Kakarot was single player. It had no multiplayer, so you couldn't fight against anybody else.
Oh, then we had that stupid Dragon Ball.
Which one was
Well,
that?
the survival one when you not playing as none of the freaking characters, you playing as like regular people, and you gotta run away from the villains. I forgot. I think they just launched on PS Plus too. It's so crazy, but
Yeah, yeah, that might have been one, but that's that. Forget that. We're talking about high quality, high standard Dragon Ball Z games here. When not spin-offs or anything like that. So Fighter Z was good. Kakarot was good too. I love Kakarot. I platinum Kakarot actually. I had my fun with it. I didn't play the Super episodes. I didn't get into it after I beat the game. It was tedious at the end to get the platinum. I'm like, forget it. I think they did a PS5 or next gen version of it. Didn't play it, so I can't wait for Sparking Zero though. If anybody wants to get their ass kicked in Sparking Zero, by all means, I'm here. Freddy's gonna be here too, cause he's gonna be kicking your ass too.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I can't wait. Um, I just need the game to be here. Like I'm tired of seeing the game now. Like I don't want to see no more clips. I don't want to see no more footage. They talking about doing another showcasing very soon, like in the next 2 or 3 days. I don't want to see it. I'm gonna be real with you. It's too. It's we in June. It comes out October. I just need the game. I stop showing me stuff at this point. Um, but Star Wars Outlaws. We've been talking about this a lot, but Star Wars Outlaws is. I'm gonna go to the topics. The GTA. Excuse me. It's inspired from GTA, which is open world and specifically the Empire. So the Empire acts like the police in GTA, where if you are, causing crimes or like killing troopers, then they will. You have like a 6 levels of a warning system or whatnot, and they start like sending threats and stuff out to you. And the higher the level is, the higher the threat is being sent out to you. I like that. I like that, especially since it's planetary, right? So it's like in GTA when you got the police. A big thing with GTA is I know people like play this with their cousins and stuff like that, but try to get the highest. Who can survive the longest with the highest police stars and stuff like that. So you just run around on expressway, and cars get into multiple other cars, everything like that. And Star Wars, you in space. so so you got the police chasing you in space. It's like that's kind of neat. I want to see that, and I don't know. That sounds like a really dope idea.
Yeah, that I didn't know. I didn't think they was gonna do that. So that subjugates the fact that you're a Jedi and you can just do everything. You're a regular person, and now you gotta abide by the rules of the universe in that game. Which makes me more hyped for the game than anything, because when you're playing uh Jedi Survivor or Fallen Order, you're a Jedi. So you can do whatever you want. Nobody can stop you. You can fight everybody. You can fight the authority. So now they're giving you some kind of punishment because you're not a Jedi and you're still in the Star Wars universe. How can you that I love that idea. I don't know how you can beat that. That's a different take on a Star Wars game than you ever had. I just hope that Ubisoft is able to deliver a good experience with that, because that's probably the most hyped game I'm excited for, other than Phantom Blade Zero, out of Gamescom that we just seen.
Yeah, I am too. And imagine if like you have imagine if there's Jedi's in the game, and if you are interacting with the Jedi. I don't know what time place this actually takes. I think it's between. I know it's after the whole. It's after the prequels. I believe it's between maybe the sequels and the latest game. I mean, the latest movies. I think it's something like that. But anyway, go like, what if you like you interacting with a Jedi, or you got some type of um affiliation with a Jedi, and that make your stars go up more. Like that sounds really dope. Like most likely, if all this stuff is added to the game, even though your main character may not be a Jedi, it sounds like Jedi's are going to be in this game, and you're going to be coming across some type of Jedi's.
Yeah, you're not gonna have a Star Wars game without Jedi's, but it's just the fact that you can play the game without being a Jedi for once. That is like the appeal to me. So I haven't finished Jedi Survivor, but like I'm still excited to play this game right now, because once again, you're not a Jedi, so you're playing as a regular person, but you're just in the Star Wars universe. So the Star Wars universe is so interesting and adapt and everything. So I just like the fact that they're taking a different approach with it. And I'm surprised that it's Ubisoft. That's the biggest thing, that Ubisoft is the one that's doing it. Not EA, not anybody else, but Ubisoft is the one that's doing it.
Right. All right. Yeah, I'm excited for that too. Another thing about Star Wars Outlaws as well is that when you're going from planet to planet, or planet to in orbit, like in space, it's a seamless transition. So they're hiding the loading screen behind the transition of you landing into a planet. You can literally just fly into the planet, go through the clouds. You know what I'm saying? The loading screen is technically being hidden like that, but you fly down into the planet, you know what I'm saying, it loads and you are right into the planet. You don't have it's there's no like you probably it's probably still a fast travel system, right? But um it's just a seamless transition. It looks pretty cool. Now, with these aspects added on, all these details added on to what we've already seen, from the gameplay, from the story elements. This it looks engaging. I ain't gonna lie. I like stuff like this.
Yeah, what's up, y'all? I can't wait for Outlaws too. I just finished Jedi Survivor a month or so ago. Finally went back and finished it. So, um, yeah, I'm interested to see. Like, I was kind of worried. Um, but I guess with Assassin's Creed Shadows kind of giving you the best of both worlds as far as the action and the stealth gameplay. They was like, well, we got to go big and go home. We can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. And I'm glad that Ubisoft actually listened and actually they heard the outcry of the gamers. Like, they not just doing what they want to do and kind of disregarding or whatever the public. You know what I'm saying? So, and you can play the Ultimate Edition on Ubisoft Plus. I know people got a love hate relationship with that, but I think that's dope too, that they let you get the full version of the game and you can play it on PC or Xbox.
Hey, turned out so for our gameplay Ubisoft partner, Debbie. Hey, look at us. Look at us promoting it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, turn okay. All right. um, let's see. So we got DJ Kills on here. Did you see the Nintendo Direct as well?
I didn't see it live. I went back and watched the trailers a la carte, and yeah, they did their thing, man. They came out. I was worried about that because they've been so quiet. They was like, "Nah, we gonna keep on supporting the Switch." And I think that Metroid Prime 4 also be a Switch, whatever they gonna call it, Switch 2 or the Super Switch. I think they should call it the Super Nintendo Switch, but that's just me.
If they don't, it will be a crime against humanity.
Like, this is the first time that they brought the Super Nintendo brand back. Like that, I mean, that'll be an ultimate throwback, and people know, like, all right, it'll be the SNES. It wouldn't be the SNES, it'll be the SNES.
Legit, like that. That sounds dope.
All right.
Both
Since
ways.
we're on the topic of the Nintendo Direct, right? So we know that this is basically the last stretch for the original Nintendo Switch. Everything else after this point is gonna be straight Nintendo Switch 2, Super Switch, or DJ Kills Out Switch, or whatever Switch they want to call it. Um, how do you guys feel about it? Because to me, of course, my favorite thing of the show was Metroid Prime 4. We've been waiting for that shit for God knows how long. How long we've been waiting for Metroid Prime 4? Didn't they
10
put the
years.
trailer out in 2017, 2017, 2007? Yeah.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
almost 10, so
I
seven
was
years. So
I saw I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm being honest with y'all. I was just watching Nintendo Direct today, before the podcast, because I'm not a Nintendo player, um, at least not right now. The main reason why I'm not a Nintendo player, let's just put that out there, because it's actually been something that's going around, which is kind of crazy right now, um, about trophies. how people somebody had this weird take about sunsetting trophies and achievements. I don't play on Nintendo mostly because they don't have trophies. That's like the main reason why I do not play on Nintendo. I want to play on it, but I'm not gonna play on them. I'm not gonna give my time to any of these games if they're not gonna put trophies on them until they get trophies.
That's why a lot
Mm-hmm.
of the times when I got my Steam Deck in there, Steam Deck has achievements, and the same game releases on Steam Deck and it releases on Nintendo, Switch. I usually buy it on Steam Deck, even though it's more powerful and all that stuff. But certain games you just play on Nintendo, which is the exclusives, Legend of Zelda, Pokemon, Kirby, Super Smash Brothers, etc. Those games you're always gonna play on Nintendo systems, regardless of having trophies or not. But they definitely, I'm pretty, I'd be so shocked if they don't add like a achievement system and call it like Nintendo Stars or something like that on the next gen.
No, they have to, and I believe they are. It's just it's not there yet. So I'm like, I'm not about to, you know, what I'm saying I'm just not about to invest my time into it yet.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna be real with you. I only watched half of the direct. I did not know they announced Metroid Prime 4. So can y'all go into that? Since we were just on
Yeah,
that.
they announced. Go ahead, you got it.
No, you good. I was no, go ahead. I was thinking because I gotta rewatch the trailer again on my I'm gonna watch it on the big screen because I don't want to critique it and then I haven't seen like I want to see it in its full glory because I saw it at work on my phone when I was on break. So go ahead,
All right,
Euro.
so yeah, I literally watched the whole entire thing. So main attractions of the Nintendo Direct was they had Metro Prime 4. They also had another Legend of Zelda game, which it looks and has like the style of links links between the past.
Well, do you get anything to say about Metro? Because I was gonna go over all of them, but
Yeah,
like
I got some stuff to
since
say
we're on
about
the
Metro. Like,
highlight,
so Metro Prime,
yeah.
at first when we looked at it, when I looked at it, I'm like, is this a Switch 2 game or is this a Switch game? We don't know 100%, but we know that it's gonna be a Switch game, and you know it's gonna be on Switch 2 with enhancements and all that. It looked really good as a Switch game. Um, and it looked like they updated a lot of stuff with Metro Prime 4. Now you got to remember, they was building a separate engine for this game a while ago, and they had to stop it and redo it all over again because it didn't meet the Nintendo standards or whatever. So the game looks great. We just got a little short trailer. There's nothing to really see, really. Like, there's no hint about like how it's gonna be. Is it different from other Metro Prime games? It's just a Metro Prime game.
And that's my question because I wonder like do they count because somebody put out a timeline and does the Metroid Prime universe overlap with the mainline universe? You
Yeah,
know,
see, that's a question that I can't even answer right now because I didn't play that many Metro Prime games, and I don't
yeah, I
think it
beat.
overlaps. I think it's just the extension.
Well, I beat the first two. The third one kind of bled from the second one. It was a like direct sequel because the first one it was kind of ambiguous if it was right after the first game or right after Super, and then they kind of got into the lore of the Chozo. They got into, and then Metroid Dread is mentioned in and I got to go back and finish that because I'm planning on still on a regular difficulty. But Metroid Dread was mentioned in there. So all of that like lore that they had, they put that in there in 2004. We just got it. What was that, 2020? So I'm trying to figure out like if all of it is connected or if the Prime universe is separate because of Dark Samus, the X Parasite, the Federation versus the Space Pirates, all of that stuff that's going on with Samus, her and her relationship with Captain Adam. Um, all of that, and then her relationship with the Chozo, how they came in. A lot of that, some of that is dealt with in Metroid Dread. So it's like I gotta go back and play Other M because they go a little bit deeper. Not yeah, Other M. I gotta go back and play that. But yeah, I like the lore and I like the story and where I haven't played or finished playing Prime 3 Corruption, but I gotta go back and play that and see how that all ties into it. And that's what I like about Metroid and Zelda is because they had this rich history of games, and they got Easter eggs for the people who have been there from the beginning. And Star Fox, I forgot about that too. Star Fox definitely does that too, where they'll go back and forth, and hopefully we'll get another Star Fox game too. But yeah, I'm excited for it, man. It looked good for what I seen. I'm gonna go back and watch it again, so I can see if it's anything that I missed that I would have seen. But yeah, I'm excited for it.
How you feel about that, Fred?
I have not played a Metroid game. Only played a little demo, so I cannot give any takes on that. I'm gonna be real with you, but um, I mean, I didn't see the trailer either, but I did see the Mario Brothers. Let's see, Mario and Luigi Brothership. Um, that was one of the highlights of the Nintendo Direct as well, and I mean that looked good. Like it looked like that old school style Mario and Luigi, but like more in the Super Mario universe. Like not necessarily being 3D, but it's just like they're going on a really deep adventure, and it's more updated. It's not like it's it's the gameplay of the old school Super Mario Brothers, but in more of like a newer setting that would usually be in the 3D Mario's. If that make any sense, that looks good to me.
Yeah, I like the way that looked too. Not to say I wouldn't say I was so excited for it because I played a little bit of the Mario Luigi games, but I didn't expect them to do one so soon because they just did one not that long ago. If I'm not mistaken, but it definitely looks good, and I'll pick it up, and yeah. So I mean,
Now let's talk about that Marvel versus Capcom collection, baby.
Hey, I'm gonna be real with you. Um, I didn't realize that they had so many freaking games. Like I knew about Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and was it SNK versus Capcom? I forget what it was. Um, I played those, but I didn't know about the other like 4 or 5 other games. Like I didn't know it was so many.
Oh yeah, it was a storyline. So the whole story basically started off with Street Fighter versus X-Men or X-Men versus Street Fighter. And they had X-Men. Well, no, I'm trying to remember if Children of the Atom came first, and then we got X-Men versus Street Fighter. And it's like a whole storyline to like bring the Marvel universe into the Street Fighter universe as like an offshoot type deal. Like that was the first before Capcom versus SNK, before you had Tekken showing up. I mean, you had Akuma and Street Fighter. That was them trying to make a relationship with Marvel because they love the characters, and a lot of the people over there wanted to get their own take on uh those characters. So, they really had a good storyline and went all the way up. Well, I guess now we in MCI, but I don't know if that's a reset, uh, or they not gonna count it because it didn't do as well. I don't know, but I'm excited where everybody can play these games in order for the first time.
physical copy, secure. I'm getting that. I don't care. That's gonna be a masterpiece. Imagine having that 10 years down the line. You know how much money that's gonna be worth? 10 years down the line, you get the physical copy of that.
No facts, Facts, and it's funny because Michael B. Jordan stated that he wanted Marvel vs. Capcom 2 on PS5, like it should be a thing, and that was like a couple years back. And it's just funny seeing now, like especially how it happened. You got the entire collection. Is you'll be able to purchase it, not just like stream it or excuse me, not just play it through a subscription. You can actually purchase the freaking game. Um, yeah, that's exciting.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we should go to the next thing that, like I was saying, they got a Legend of Zelda game. I think it's called what? Echoes of Wisdom. Yeah, Echoes of Wisdom, where you're not. We don't know, but you're basically mainly playing as Zelda. You're not playing as Link, and they're so basically what they're doing is they're blending Links of the Past with Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. So in Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, you have to do a lot of puzzles and stuff like that. But then when you play Links of the Past, it has that old school art style. They're doing that with this game, and you're playing as Zelda, so you're using your brain more so than just fighting. That I actually like that idea. So this is gonna be the last Legend of Zelda game that we see on the Switch, most likely, and I'm pretty excited about it. I was not a Legend of Zelda fan like that back, like when Link, the original Link of the Past and Majora's Mask and all that. I didn't play those games when I had those systems back in the day. I was playing Pokemon and stuff, but the games now, these new games that's been coming out, like Tears of the Kingdom is one of my favorite. I even got the collector's edition of that. So I'm excited to see that you're finally able to play as Zelda and not just play as Link.
Okay, okay, yeah, I'm not into Legend of Zelda. Um, Let me see. We also have. Let's see. So those one, two, three. We got another highlight. This just coming from Nintendo Direct site, but is that Dragon Quest 3? I think it's Dragon Quest 3. Let me make sure. Yes, the HD 2D remake. Anybody play Dragon Quest?
Oh yeah, come on. I definitely played Dragon Quest, and now not to know that this is a 2D HD. 2D HD. This is one of my favorite type of games right now. So for them to they're not only doing 2D HD for Dragon Quest 3, they're doing it for the first two as well, Dragon Quest 1 and 2. So hell yeah, bro. Like that's exciting. When's the last time we played these games? I've actually played Dragon Quest 3 not not that long ago. I played it. So I'm excited for it.
Okay, turn up, turn up. Let's see. So some other games that they announced. I know I saw I saw this Nintendo Switch Sports. They added basketball to Nintendo Switch Sports, and it, this is so funny to me because like okay, I know it's Nintendo Switch Sports, right? And it looks just like I mean you have an expectation when it comes to that, but having basketball here, it just looked old. Like it looks so basic, and and it's like there are so many other options for basketball here right now, and I'm talking about even arcade basketball. I'm not even just talking about like official, 2K and stuff like that. Um,
They should have brought back Mario's 3-on-3 All Star. Remember that one on 3DS? That the DS, that was the funnest one.
yeah, and then too, they in the same freaking showcase. I don't know why companies do this. They had a Looney Tunes sports, and they had basketball, and the basketball looked so much better in that. Like, and we didn't even get that much glimpse of the gameplay. So it's just so like I love. Don't get me wrong, I love Nintendo Sports. Right, one of my favorite. games on Nintendo, regular Nintendo Wii. I haven't really played them on Switch, but they look. I mean, they look identical. You know what I'm saying? So I'ma just assume that they are the same quality. But some of the sports don't always hit. Like not all the sports hit, right? And I don't think this one is one of them. Like I don't think people gonna be gravitating towards this, even if you are a Switch sports fan. But I mean, hey, I can't knock that it's there.
Yeah, I ain't care about no. I was waiting for that Mario 3-on-3 or whatever it was called on DS. I wasn't. I care less about this. They just added it. Like it should have been there in the beginning if that was the case. Because I don't know how many sports they have of it now. Or it could have been a standalone game with fully developed. You just adding it to Switch Sports, the Nintendo Sports. Like nah, I don't care.
Yeah. So let's see what else they have. DJ Killzone, you be playing the Switch Sports?
I don't think he's here. But I can take over now. We got what was that other one? Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. I don't know if anybody's played Luigi's Mansion. I have not played any Luigi's Mansion game, but I keep hearing good things about it. Keep hearing good things about it. So they got the basically the HD version of Luigi Mansion 2. I know they put Mansions 3 was on Switch. So now you can play the 2 in HD on Switch. I mean, and it's coming out. When does it come out? It comes out this month. Comes out June 27th.
Okay, okay. See, I like that. I really like that. You know, it's hey, look, it's here.
See, that's one
It
thing that
is here.
Nintendo does. Nintendo does a lot of anytime Nintendo does a direct, there's stuff that's available same day, and there's stuff that's available in the coming weeks. It's not like you have to wait years and years and years and years for shit to come out. that that's one thing that they do that's great. So they put that out. I mean, they probably had that in the pocket for a while. A lot of companies got stuff in the pocket. They get to release any minute just to satisfy the consumers or whatever. So, you know, that's not bad. But once again, this is the last bit of games we're gonna get for the Switch. We're not getting no real major releases for the Switch. Everything's gonna be saved for the Switch too. So
Yeah, they it looked like though it's still a pretty good lineup. Like it looks quality. You know, even if they like not even the main games, you know what I'm saying, and the franchises or whatnot, it still looks quality.
yeah, so you got that. They did the same thing with basically the same thing they did with Luigi Winters too. They did the same thing with Donkey Kong Country Returns. I, I to this day the only Donkey Kong game I really like. I played Tropical Freeze. I played Donkey Kong 64. I played Donkey Kong 64 a lot, a lot. Don't really care. I was looking when they was talking about there was a new Donkey Kong game coming out. That was a rumor. I was looking for it to be like a new Donkey Kong game, not a HD remaster.
Wait, this is a
Yeah,
remaster?
it's Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. It's the same. It's the same thing as Luigi Mansion 2. The game has been out already because Donkey Kong Returns was already a game.
Oh, that's why. Because I was gonna say this looks like the older games that I used to like. I don't know if it was this is the exact one. It does say HD. Okay, I don't know if this is the same one I did play on the Nintendo. What was that? The SP, I
Yep.
think. I think it was the SP. But it reminds me exactly of that game of the one I played, and I was like, oh, it's just it's HD. Like and you playing this on the Switch? I mean, granted, again, this it's a HD remake, right, or HD remaster. Um, I'm looking forward to playing this though when I get a Switch. I ain't gonna lie. And this is coming from someone that don't have a Switch and have not played on Nintendo for a long time.
If this is a game that you're excited about,
I'm excited to play this. Um, the Mario Brothers, and I didn't really see Luigi's Mansion like that. But the fact that I didn't have a Nintendo platform for a while. You know what I'm saying? That was since I was I was a kid. So it's almost like I'm still kind of I played some of these before already, but I don't have that like I don't have as much experience anymore playing on Nintendo. So as soon as I get another Nintendo platform, another console, whatever, it's like I'm experiencing almost newer stuff all over again. You know,
Right. Right. Right.
like somebody just now finally getting a PS5 or PS4 or PS5 now and have not played any of the PS4, Sony exclusive games. It's something like that.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. There's a reason why Nintendo is Nintendo, because their games, they can make Mario 1,000 times over, and people are still gonna buy it. It's fun, it's nice, people enjoy it, and they don't do the same thing every single time with their games. So like, you got a Super Mario game. Every Super Mario game has it's like a gimmick or a twist to it, right? Same thing with Pokemon. So the main reason why I even play Nintendo platforms in general is because of Pokemon. Because I'm like the hugest Pokemon guy. That's my top favorite franchise of all time is Pokemon. So I gotta always have a Nintendo system, no matter what it is. And I just got into Legend of Zelda. It wasn't really too much into Metroid. I like Metroid, and then another one of my favorite games, not my top five though, but Bayonetta is only on Nintendo, right? So they do some things that I don't know what it is, and a lot of RPG. If you're an RPG fan, if you're a big RPG fan, you can experience a lot of RPGs first on Nintendo. Octopath Traveler, Triangle Strategy, games like that. Exonic, I said Exonic, Blade Chronicles. These are games you can only play on Switch. And that's exclusive. I think that's a Nintendo Studio. So that's the reason why I play a lot of the Nintendo games. Donkey Kong and stuff like that. I used to play those. Don't really care too much about those anymore as I used to. Unless it was like a brand new 3D world, because I know that Nintendo wouldn't mess it up if they made it. Nintendo takes their time with their games, just like Sony takes their time with their games. Like, you don't really see a first party Sony game being that bad, just like you don't see a first party Nintendo game being that bad. I forgot about Splatoon. Splatoon is another good game. I like Splatoon and Smash Brothers. Even though people cheese me a lot in Smash, you can super cheese in Smash. But yeah.
Okay, okay. And then let's see what else we got. Um, Dang, what else we got? Oh, I got a question. Because I didn't get this part. I didn't get to this part in the direct. So Shrey is coming to Nintendo. Is that not coming to Xbox as well?
That I don't know, but I know that it was the first time that this game came out on Switch, because the game originally launched on PlayStation, and then it was a PS Plus title too, because you can play free. I don't know if it launched on. I could check right this second, right now.
Yeah, because I just like I said, I didn't see that part in the direct yet. Because I didn't get to. I only watched halfway through it. Right, a little probably more, a little bit more, but still, I'm like Shrey. Oh,
I think Stray was on
so
Xbox
that's
already. So like a little bit after it was on PlayStation, it went to Xbox, and then now it's finally coming to Switch.
well, he's on Xbox. Let me see. Oh yeah, you can buy X. You can buy it on Xbox. Okay.
Yeah, you could definitely buy it on the Xbox. Now, not to mention real quick before I get Bobby up here, you can. With the Nintendo Direct, there was another thing that they announced. I don't know if it's exciting to people or not, but the Game Boy Advance games. They announced a couple of Game Boy Advance games on the Nintendo Direct, and I'm just mad that they still didn't put freaking Pokemon Ruby Sapphire and all those games on Nintendo Direct. I've been waiting for that.
Wait. So they don't get all the Pokemon on there
You
They
yet?
you're
don't got.
probably gonna have to wait until one of those Pokemon's events to see if they're gonna be releasing those or not.
Hmm.
Yeah, they don't got any of the original Pokemon games on Switch. Yeah, they don't got red, blue, yellow, gold, silver, crystal. They have them on 3DS, but they just never put it on Switch. I think they're gonna hold off. I probably watch. They're gonna put Switch 2. They're gonna be like, oh, you can play these games on there.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that is something. Again, like since I haven't had a Nintendo platform in a while, that's something I am looking forward to. I can't wait to have all of these games at my disposal when I do get another Nintendo platform. So yeah, that's definitely something for me.
Well, one thing to also look forward to for Nintendo, they usually sell their games cheap, like Steam, for certain indie developer games. But their brand name games, unfortunately, they don't go cheap unless you buy them at Target or Walmart or sometimes GameStop. Because on the Nintendo store, their main games will always be almost $60 to $70.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, a lot of that's only for the indie games. A lot of the first party games they don't go on sale at all for a while.
For a very, very long while. It's like, oh, I want to buy some Legend of Zelda games. Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead and try to buy any
Walmart
of
it
the
is.
older games.
All right, all right. What else we got? Beach, you still with us?
I got you right now. 1 second. I literally just got back home. All right, I got you.
Oh, my bad. I thought you. Okay, hold on.
All right, so we got Elden Ring. So now that we're done with the Nintendo Direct, we got the Elden Ring DLC.
Wait, was it everything?
That was really yeah, that was pretty much everything from the Nintendo Direct. It wasn't too much more than that.
Did you talk about
Um,
the Dragon
Okay.
Quest or the Capcom? Because
yeah, we talked about that. Mm-hmm.
yeah, because that was super rare for them to show off Marvel vs. Capcom, since it's never been released on a Nintendo system
Nope.
It's coming to PC too.
and PlayStation.
Like that's pretty wild. So really quick, we just to throw off the quick fire ones. I don't even know what that game is, so I'm not gonna talk about it. Yeah, Mario Party. You got a Mario Party game coming out. A Just Dance 2025. Um, I don't know what that game is. I don't know what that game is, and I don't know what that game is. And Lego Horizon. That would be. Well, we already talked about that. You know what I'm saying? Coming to Switch. But yeah, those are the last games. I don't have no opinions on those games anyway. Um,
What about
but yeah,
the Nintendo challenge? They bringing that back out.
what's that?
The Nintendo, I think I forgot what it's called, but it's the Nintendo Championship challenge. I think.
Oh yeah, the classics.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So they. Let me see. Let me go to it real quick. So take over 150. So they got 150 speed running challenges from across 13 NES games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. So that's gonna be pretty big for the speedrunners out there because that's a community in and of itself right
I
there.
almost we where was we at? Mo Game Time, and I think that was the year that they had the Mortal Kombat people there, and that's when they said that well everybody made it a big deal, but I didn't think it was a big deal about Mortal Kombat 11 because the Master Pacina, who's the guy who plays Scorpion, let that go. But anyway, I left from over to talking to him and the guy who created Rampage. I was Bob something. I forgot his last name. And they was doing the Nintendo challenge. So this like all in a row up against the wall. And they was like, here, we gonna do a I forgot what the prize was. It was $100 or you got to keep the game and some other stuff, right? So I'm trying to remember the original challenge that they had. I think it was Super Mario, a sight bike, and something else. When I got to the last game, I fooled around and choked at the last game. I forgot what the last game for the original Nintendo challenge, but you get like 5 minutes. You got to clear the first level of that. You got to win the race of a sight bike and something else. Let me look it up real quick. But they doing a physical version too of that game.
Okay. And I just saw something else on it too, really quick. Um. Oh, Fairy Tale. I forgot to mention that. Fairy Tale looks pretty cool. I do not watch that anime, but that looks pretty cool. And so, what is Funko Fusion? I didn't see this yet, but is that a multiplayer
It
game?
probably will be. Funko Fusion is like take Funko Pop figurines and then you drop them into like certain movie like comedy looking backdrops, and then you can run around and shoot things and collect Funko Pops. And the best way to describe it, you remember the Broforce game that they released some time ago, where it's like a side scroller shooter game. It kind of reminds you of like Contra, but you kept bringing out these different
Yeah,
kinds of old action stars, and you played
yeah,
as them. That's what
yeah.
kind of like Funko Pop's
Oh,
like.
okay. I think I do remember seeing this too now. The trailer. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I
Okay.
found I
All right.
found it, Freddie. It was Super Mario, Rad Racer, and Tetris. I thought I that's what I forgot. I was blanking on the last game, but it was Super Mario, Rad Racer. My bad, y'all.
And generally, the people who won that competition got to see that Super Mario 3 behind doors. It wasn't like how that movie was in The Wizard.
Yeah, I was just finna say, yeah, thanks, Bobby, because I sure forgot all about the Wizard. But yeah, we was playing for money, and it was like to have the Mortal Kombat guys that did the choreography, the creator, Rampage, everybody like standing behind you, and boy, the heat was on. I forgot what we played for, but I just that day was like awesome a few years ago. So I think I'm gonna pick up a copy of that.
All right. Cool. Cool. All right. Beast.
Yes, sir. So, all right. So that was like the highlights of the Nintendo Direct stuff. Um, if I had to grade the Nintendo Direct out of everything that I seen, just off of Metroid Prime 4 alone, I would give it a B. Um, did they win? So that was another thing before we switch to the next topic was who won the conference of the year basically. So it's Sony State of Play down. Granted, that was a State of Play, not a showcase. Then you had the Xbox showcase and you had a Nintendo Direct. Apparently, a lot of people still say that Xbox won and then Nintendo was second and Sony was third, which I agree with. I agree with it. I will give the Nintendo Direct a B. Because only because of Metroid and Legend of Zelda, everything else was just regular. We knew that Lego Horizon was coming out. We knew all that stuff was coming out. So how do you guys feel about it? Who won the Summer Showcase uh challenge this
Probably
year?
definitely Xbox. Xbox showed off a lot of good games. A lot of them were multi-platform, which is good. Like I'm so excited that Doom's still coming out to PlayStation, and then they also showed off that Metal Gear 3, was it Delta Sigma or Sigma Delta or something like that. They showed off a lot of good games.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree too. Granted, again, it's like we gotta judge these conferences now on different merits now because again, like during the E3 times, it was like you can judge them all equally since they were all like competing equally, but like Nintendo Direct and PlayStation State of Play, they are more like the same things, right? Rather than the let's say Ubisoft PS4 and Xbox Showcase, those more like the same things. But if we had to grade it, I would definitely say I think Xbox One. This is the second year they won in a row, because I think they won last year too. Uh, I think they showcase everything, and I'm as a PlayStation fan, I'm actually really happy because, like Bobby said, even if Xbox One, a lot of stuff is coming to PlayStation. So it's like it's no, you really can't hate on Xbox at all whatsoever because you're gonna be playing some of those games too, um, on PlayStation. So yeah, like I think Xbox One, and I think that they they have they won everybody over because no matter where you play, if you're a PlayStation fan, you're an fan, and if you're a Nintendo fan, if you have a PlayStation, you can play all these games. And Xbox being third party, it seems like they're focusing more on their games instead of trying to compete. So we're just winning as gamers. We're just winning all around.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely showed the most stuff. I'll tell you that they showed the most stuff. They showed the most exciting stuff. They showed stuff
I
that
don't know about
but
that. I was more excited for PlayStation because they showed me Monster Hunter Wilds. Like they had me sold when I saw that. But yeah, Xbox definitely did show off a lot more than anybody else.
yeah, because it was like I said, it was an Xbox showcase. It wasn't a PlayStation showcase. It was a PlayStation State of Play. Like I don't know why PlayStation does that. They do State of Plays. It's kind of like what Nintendo do. They do Nintendo Direct and they do Nintendo partner showcase. So it was like you gotta take it with a grain of salt anytime. That's like the lesser version of whatever it is when it's gonna come out.
Yeah, they
Yeah. So
probably
it's
have a
not
lot of
the
stuff cooking in the background though. It's like that's probably the reason why they didn't show anything because they wasn't
no
ready for it.
that
That's the same thing he said.
yeah, same thing. So, but that's what I'm saying though. Like they what's it call it? They these companies hold things for years and years to try to make excitement for when they're ready for it, and then if we could just be blown away by it. So, could you imagine what Sony's gonna show next? We don't know. We don't know anything. We haven't heard nothing from Naughty Dog. We haven't really heard nothing from Sucker Punch. We haven't heard nothing from none of those studios. We're hearing everything now from Xbox, and we're hearing the last bits of what Nintendo's gonna do with Nintendo Switch. So that being said, you could say Xbox One. Of course, the Xbox One this year. This is it. We can't say it's a light year because there's been a lot of exclusive games that did come out on PlayStation this year. Same thing for Nintendo. Xbox is showing us stuff from 20 that's gonna 2025, and then some stuff that's coming out this year as well. So we can't just say that. But yeah, I could agree though that Xbox won this year when it comes to the showcases. So yeah.
I think they tied. I'm gonna say this. I think Xbox and Nintendo is tied. Um, because when I critique the showcases, I'm also critiquing the games and the show. Um, but yeah, I think they tied. They showed everything that I want to play, and it was just banger after banger announcement. You know what I'm saying? So I think both of them this year really shine in a year that we didn't know what was going to happen or go on, and I think that it's on PlayStation to really up the ante. You know what I'm saying? But overall, I think it was a solid year for a year that we thought was going to be dry compared to last year. I think we got another solid year of gaming. Like I think everybody who was afraid of what was gonna happen because we got so many bangers last year. You know what I'm saying? So and then not to mention the indie games too that we getting. So on top of all of that, like the indie games stepped up too this year. So it's gonna be another good year of gaming, man. So but next year, um we got GTA 5 and maybe Wolverine if they might move it up or they might keep the 2026 because they probably want to be out the way of GTA. And what is it? Fatal Fury is coming out at the top of the year. Then
The-
that's what we know of. And then what is it? Fabled and Gears. We don't know when Gears is coming, but it's safe to assume next year or the year after.
Hey,
So
don't forget that Sony is supposed to announce the PS5 Pro this year. All the rumors are speculating towards it. So it might be one more event this year that we didn't get yet.
well, there needs to be like DJ Killzone said though, there needs to be a Sony event because like one, you got to take into account the PS5 Pro. They got to advertise it, so you got to have something. And then two, like again, people have been asking PlayStation for a showcase, and granted, they did do one. You know what I'm saying? A couple years back,
Yeah, that's
right?
where they showed off
But
the Knights of the Old Republic, Wolverine, and some other
yeah,
ones.
and Wolverine, yeah, but like we've been asking for like the December showcase again. You know, again they had one a couple years back where we were just talking about with Wolverine and Knights of the Old Republic. Okay, that counts, but we need a PlayStation experience again. And if PlayStation don't deliver a PlayStation experience while you have the same year you have a PS5 Pro come out, and on top of all these other good showcases that just happened, that's a problem, and that's a really big
And you know
problem.
what? I think if all three, the big three, and Jeff Keighley with the Summer Games Fest is smart, next year they should have a thing where like they used to do it with the PlayStation experience, and the Call of Duty, they tested it out with the Call of Duty finals. They need to put those, I would say, in movie theaters for the people who can't come out, and maybe even have it to where they have installations or have because I said this in another space and people laughed me out the room, but I just left a yard sale with a lady who is a gamer. Her son's a gamer, right? She got to be in like her 40s, or her son, she said, was 20, right? And she don't know about Game Pass. So again, Sony, Microsoft, all Nintendo is Nintendo. They gonna market it. They gonna put it on lunch boxes, fruit roll-ups, Pop Tarts. They do their marketing everywhere. But Nintendo and Microsoft, that'll be something to where they can bring a bus or a truck or whatever up, and come to the theater. People go to the theater to see the showcase, and then they can go out into the parking lot and play the different games and stuff like that, or in the movie theater lobbies, because they at the bigger movie theaters, the people who had arcades and stuff like that, they've taken them out. So you got all these big theaters around that got space for you to plug up the different systems and stuff like that, advertise your different services, break it down, have people out there to explain, and you're gonna have a lot of foot traffic. You know,
Now and DJ Killzone. Now I'm glad you mentioned that too because Sony just bought a major theater chain. I keep the
Alamo Draft
Draft
House.
House. Yeah, Alamo Draft House. I always butcher that name, but they just bought a major theater chain. So when you add all that stuff together, if PlayStation don't do I mean, if Sony don't do a PlayStation experience with all this added in together, they need to capitalize off of that. Because why even buy the Draft House at that point if you're not going to promote PlayStation as well? You know, besides your own movies, you got exclusive. Of course, you own it, so you can do everything, right? But you got exclusive theaters that you can. I mean, theater rooms that you can. I don't know what's the word, but you can make for the PlayStation experience. You have, like DJ Killzone said, you have other options to where you can not just about the movie theater, but the location. Since people are coming there for the experience, you can add some type of gaming experience where people can play the games and demo the games as well. That's a win-win situation. If they don't capitalize off that, something is wrong. But really quick, because we already had this on the topics as well, and we already was talking about some games coming to 2025. This not all of the games, but this is a list of some of the biggest games that's coming out in 2025. So we got Judas. A lot of people are excited for that. I do want to see that too. I do want to see more of that. Killing Floor 3, which I've been waiting for a long time. I love Killing Floor 2, but I stopped playing it because my data had got reset and I could not get my data back. So I didn't want to grind the levels out anymore. So I just said, forget it. I'm gonna wait for Killing Floor 3. And it's coming out next year. So I can't wait for that personally. Um Little Nightmares 3, Doom the Dark Ages, Wolverine, or possibly Venom, Death Stranding 2, Perfect Dark, Fable, GTA 6. What's that? They just got 1943. It's Captain America.
Oh, 1942 or 1941, I think. No, that might be 1942 or
Was it?
1941.
Is it Rise of Hydra?
Yeah,
19
that's the one with Black
1940.
Panther and Captain America.
Yeah, let me just make sure that's the same one. But yeah, 1943. Yep. Pokemon Legends, Nintendo Switch 2. We already know Jurassic Park. So why they got Jurassic Park on here? But
Well,
yeah,
you
those
remember
are some of the
that there
biggest
was
games.
that Jurassic Park survival game that's coming out. Where you have
Yeah.
to like run away from
Yeah.
the all the original Jurassic Park thingies because the girl gets left behind on Solba.
Yeah,
Isla
I
Solba.
forgot about that. Captain America and Black Panther. That's gonna be a manga.
Legit, legit. But this whole list, I ain't gonna. I don't know about Little Nightmares 3, but everything on this list, I'm like, well, and Jurassic Park. I don't care about that. Just be person. But everything on this list. Oh, and Death Stranding. Dang.
Yeah,
Okay,
Death
I don't
Stranding
play
2
Death
comes
Stranding.
out
So,
next year, and also so does the well, actually, yeah, next year also comes out with Monster Hunter Wilds.
I'm ready for all these games. I'm ready for them.
I'm
Hey
gonna put a
man,
couple
listen, that
hours into
20
that.
that 2025, man. Give me Pokemon Legends ZA. I can't wait for that. Death Stranding, give me that. I might mess with Fable a little bit. The Dragonkin. Of course Grand Theft Auto 6. Come on now. I gotta play that.
Yeah, that's my man. That's my goal, man. Is to run it up so we can go out there to that release party. 'Cause you know they gonna do it big for that release party. Like I read this book called Jack Freddy. It's I sent it to you on Euro about the history of Rockstar, and they parties like they had like it's open bar. They got food, they got DJs, they had artists come through, but they invite only, and they do like they were doing it, I think for GTA 3, where they had like a secret like invite or whatever, and you had to bring it to the spot, and you didn't have the invitation, they wouldn't let you in. It was in like a nondescript building, and you know they would go to like 6 in the morning. So you know,
Real quick, does anybody know Hamed? Before I let him up speak.
Yeah,
he cool.
he had requested one other time, and I told him we'll let him up next time.
Yeah, her man is cool. Yeah, he I think I did. He won one of my giveaways, man. He a cool dude.
Hey, what's up, Ahmed?
Yeah, good man, good. What's up?
Not much, not much. You trying to chime in on some of the things we talking about?
Yeah, cause I talk about that. That Venom game. I'm so excited for Venom to be coming out really soon, as of next year or the year after the next.
Wait, what you say?
He's
I mean, I'm
excited for the
excited for
Venom.
Venom.
Remember that
Oh,
leak that happened with
I mean, you sound like you
Insomniac?
laid back listening to it. Got you a ice cold beverage.
right, like he chilling.
Yeah,
Hey, I'm glad you brought that up. 'Cause I was just about to say I don't think Venom or Fable is coming out next year.
yeah, probably the year after the next.
What's up, lazy? What's going on,
And I
bro?
think Wolverine may come out next year. If not after the next.
Yeah, Wolverine was set for 2025, but the only problem is how far back will they have to go to actually produce it because of the leaks and all
Yeah,
that
I think they
nonsense.
said 2026. So
Oh, okay. Well, so
that
if
changed because everything got leaked, and then every day I look up, I see another
I see some more footage of Wolverine. I try to skip it so I don't spoil nothing for myself. But it looked, it looks decent for what they. I know that's not what the development team gonna pull together. And it's not polished. So for what I seen, it looked pretty dope.
And I heard that
Yeah,
EA
they
is
in
making an
the
Iron
right
Man
direction.
game.
Well, so if Wolverine gets pushed back, I'm sorry, that Venom will come out next year, but one of these games aren't coming out next year. And to be honest with you, now that y'all say this, it would make more sense for Venom to come out next year because they already got like the character model, the effects done, they got the
Yeah,
world
some of
done.
the unreleased voice performance by Tony Todd.
Yeah,
Yep, they get all that. And if it's anything like how they did with Spider Man and Spider Man Miles Morales, they got a lot of the assets done. They just got to put everything together
and
now. You know what I'm
and
saying?
Return to the Venomverse is getting ready to start. I gotta look and see what the date is because I was just
I mean
reading.
the comic version.
Yeah, so he's gonna be the Venom from Spider-Man 2 is gonna be in there because remember Venomverse is all the different Venoms across the multiverse.
Yeah,
So
and that means that it's gonna be concerned about Null.
yeah, well we'll see because right now Carnage basically because Venom took over for Null. So basically Venom is the King in Black,
Yeah.
but Carnage is trying to become Null basically. And then you
Hmm.
got the Venoms in the future and stuff like that. So that's gonna be interesting to see when they do Return of the Venomverse, because that's like Spider Verse, but it's just with Venom.
Yeah,
Where
with Venom,
that
there's several versions of Venom, of
yeah,
different varieties of Venom.
yeah, he leading. Where's my take a picture of it?
Like there's Wolverine Venom, there's Black Cat Venom, there's I think Miles Morales Venom.
Yeah, but I'm saying Spider Man 2 Venom look like he leading the pack. Let me look in here real quick.
Yeah.
Did I see it? I keep going while I find it.
And I know this is a little bit off topic, but it would be dope if um they had like Midnight Suns versus the Venomverse in the movies.
That was cool.
Like if
Yeah.
That could
Then they
probably
have Doctor
work.
the
Strange,
Like
Venomverse,
if
Blade, Ghost Rider,
But
yeah,
they got to get that
Moon
Blade
Knight.
off the
yeah.
ground after. See if they get this Blade movie done, because Blade, he right now Blood Hunt is centered around Blade. The last
yeah, but
Blade
that
comic
movie's getting a
done,
lot of
they
hit with the
finna have
different
another
little
series right
making though.
after this one. And I don't want to spoil it for y'all. Go read it if you haven't read it. Go start reading it right now. Um,
Or you could go to Comic Historian. Rest in peace to that dude.
yeah,
Comic Historian.
he started it off. I don't know if he finished it, but well, he couldn't finish it because it ain't out
No, there's
yet.
still some unreleased works that he hasn't posted on YouTube. So that's what his family and management team are looking into.
Oh, they gonna probably keep it going to finish the stuff he got. Maybe the team that he got, because I know he got a couple other guys
Yeah.
with him. So they
Hmm.
could finish some of the stuff that he started. So
So
and
no, that he has started that he hasn't posted yet. I mean, they posted up his final voiceover that he did on YouTube.
yeah, let me. Where my other phone at? Yeah, he's front and center. I'm looking at the ad right now. So
Yeah.
Hey, Lazy Gamer, did you have something to say about the topics we talked about?
Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm switching back and forth from another phone. I don't have anything right now because I'm trying to switch back to another phone.
All right. So how do we feel about the Elden Ring DLC that just came out? Apparently, it was rated 10 out of 10 from IGN and other places. 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10.
I had already
Um,
pre-ordered it, but I haven't started it yet.
yeah,
right.
I haven't. I gotta
There's a
finish it.
lot of
So I
people
gotta finish the
struggling with
regular
it. I
game.
can tell
So
you
I
that
ain't gonna.
much.
I ain't probably.
Well, I even struggle with the base game. As soon as I play the game, I smack somebody by mistake. I said it on the last podcast. I smacked somebody by mistake because I dropped my controller, and he's been following me around ever since, and I cannot get away from him. So
Oh,
so since then, I really haven't been playing Elden Ring. But I don't. I did a poll recently too, guys. By the way, the what was the best Souls like game? To me is Liza P. But how did anybody play the DLC yet?
No, I
Okay, I
haven't got
don't
my
have
hands
the
on it.
game. I'm waiting for my chance for me to get that Final Fantasy 16. I know that the 16 DLC is out.
So
I
that
did
was one.
watch Asmongold play it though,
Yeah,
and
the
he looked like he was
Gold, the
struggling with some
Fallen,
of it.
and Rising Tide, but I want to play that Rising Tide. That Rising Tide is awesome.
So is this something I should play so you guys can see me fail miserably? Should I live stream it, Bobby?
Hey, I watch it.
Not to fail miserably.
Yeah, I watch it.
That depends.
I was getting ready to last night.
what
Girl, I was gonna slide through.
what's your
And I was
level in
streaming
Elden Ring?
Forza. I was like, I'm gonna finish streaming Forza because I'm about to hit Hall of Fame finally, and on the base game, and then I got to go back and finish the Hot Wheels and the rally thing. So I'm almost done with the base Forza, and I got the Universal Car Pack. But yeah, if you streaming, I'm on it.
All right. So real quick, let me answer Bobby real quick. So Bobby, I don't remember because it's been a while since the last time I played the Elden Ring at all. But I'm pretty sure I can get pretty far. I just have to play it more. I'm play when you played so many games at one time, you get your controls mixed up. I remember I was telling you about that when I was playing the other games I was playing. That I keep getting conflicted with the controls because it's the same game in the same genre and it doesn't always correlate as well. And to answer your question, DJ Killzone is I will probably do that. And last night I did stream, but something happened with that game I was streaming. It was weird. It had like a little malfunction. So, but yeah, I that's why I ended it early. I usually stream for a minimum 2 hours, an hour and a half, something like that. And I had to stop it at like 30 minutes because something came up in technical
Yeah, that's
difficulties.
what happened to me last night. I was in the middle of doing like the last little stunt challenge on Forza. I had to start it all the way over again, and then I wanted to get the accolades, so I had to start it all. I did that race like 3 times last night.
Right. Yeah. So sometimes when you like, I hate when it happens when I'm in the middle of a live stream because like if I'm playing regular, I'm like, all right, I don't know what the hell this is. I'm in the middle of a multiplayer game while I'm live streaming and it messes up, it's crazy. So, Fred, how do you feel about Elden Ring? Do you like Elden Ring?
Yeah,
Shoot, I'm the wrong person. I'm not a Soulsborne person, not yet. I don't play them games yet. I'm getting into them, but I'm starting with the basics. So yeah, I'm probably not gonna get to Elden Ring for a minute.
Oh, I love Souls games, but the only problem I had with it is Liza P fucked me up with it because after every boss that you beat, they always have a second form, and it's like, oh boy, you get ready for more nonsense.
Hey man, don't talk about Liza P like that, man.
Liza P has a lot of fucked up bosses in it. Like if you fight every single one of those bosses, they always had like the only ones that only had one boss where you could fight him all the way through and he won't regenerate is probably that gigantic thing and that you fight in that sewer water. But every other boss in that game has a second form that becomes absolutely crazier than the first. You literally have to like die multiple times just to learn the mechanics so you can actually dodge their attacks without being hit by it.
That's the excitement of the game, though. Like you're playing the game and you're learning as you're going. I hate when I play a boss in a game and it's like, okay, I learned his attack pattern in 2 seconds, and then like, okay, you get him to a certain health, and then he changes again, then he get him down to almost the end, and he starts wilding out. I always like it when it's just like unpredictable, and I have to force myself to play as the game I'm supposed to play as, right? So,
Well,
Liza
there's
P.
predictable and then there's bullshit predictable. Like you could be like, oh, I'm really good at Souls games, and then this boss would just come along and just wreck you in under a minute.
I gotta get.
Depending on your build too, though, depending on your build, sometimes you got a build that's just not suitable for that boss. Just like when I play Warzone, I got a build that's not suitable for the meta of the season. It's happening this season too, by the way.
But Firm Software games are a
Welcome
different
back. I
matter
don't hear
because Liza
Freddie. Hold
P
on.
has like a whole different kind of setting thing going on for it.
Right, right, right. All right, so we can get off Elden Ring real quick. Um, so one of my favorite games on PSP just released on PS5, and
Dexter.
there you go, there you go. So how are we feeling about? It's not just PSP, by the way. It's we got a couple other games that's out because they have a PS2 emulator on PS5 now. Sly Cooper as well.
Well,
How we
believe it
feeling
or
about the
not,
PS2?
we already had a PlayStation 2 emulator on the PlayStation. On the PS4, they had one. Remember, because they released Rise of Kai 2. They also released Dexter PlayStation 2 versions on the store once, and then they took it away for that HD remastered versions that they released later on.
Yeah, I don't like when they do that. I don't like when they take stuff down off the PlayStation Store and then they redo it later on down the line. How are we feeling about the Daxter and the Sly Cooper and everything that just got released? It just got released to PlayStation Plus Premium. If you have
Yeah,
PlayStation Plus
I
Premium, you
just
can
got
play it.
done beating the Sly Cooper, and it got me in the mood to play those original games again. So I re-downloaded the G Police and the Rise of Kai and all the Ape Escape games.
Lazy Gamer takes me as a person that will love that feature of any game since he mainly plays on PC and he has access to every emulator in the world. How do you feel about that, Lazy?
Oh, sorry, I stepped away just as you were saying. What were you saying about emulator or PC or whatever?
I was just saying that you take me as a guy that would be excited about it. I mean, you're mainly a PC gamer, so you have access to all the emulation that we don't have on console unless we hack or jailbreak our systems. How do you feel about the PlayStation getting PlayStation 2 emulation and PSP emulation?
I don't give a fuck about those games. A lot of those games, I'm a type person. I'm gonna just say right there, I'm a type person. I don't really replay shit for the most part. So I grew up with like the original PlayStation, PlayStation 2, and all this shit. I had a stepsister when I was a kid growing up that worked at Babbage's, which later became a part of GameStop. So I had access to all them old shits back in the day, and I don't really go back and replay any games.
So you don't emulate anything on PC right now?
I've set up, and this is what always happens. I've set up emulators and EmuDeck and all this other shit, and I never play that shit. The only thing recently that I've emulated or played was like 3DS games, and then I just said fuck it and got a cheap 2DS. Just jailbroke that shit because they broke down the store, and I used some other side shit to play it, but I play it directly on the 2DS. But like, I don't really emulate shit because there's too many games that are out that I own that are new that I have never played for me to go spend all this time emulating stuff I already played. Like I said, outside of 3DS, which was still a lot of older titles that I didn't get around to playing that I'll go and play, but like replaying old emulated stuff, not really, no.
All right, so I used to emulate a lot of games on my PC, PS2, PSP. I tried PS3. PS3 is terrible to emulate, but I'm happy that we do got those games on PlayStation now. It's sad that I can't just take my PS2 disc and put it in there and play. But you know how Sony does with that, so you can only do PS4 and PS5 games on PS5 anyway. What was you about to say, Fred?
For me, like, see, this is the same thing I was talking about with the Switch. The fact that they got trophies with this stuff makes me want to play them
Well, see,
again
here's the
because
thing. There's already shit on PC where they build all that shit. Like, what is it, Retro Arcade and all that shit? There's already stuff like that if you wanted trophies that are not PlayStation.
so, so like, it's a couple things, right? One, I have all my trophies in one list, right? I have all my trophies on PlayStation. Another thing too is I have an emulation set up too, right? And I don't really play those games a lot. Like I went back and played Budokai Tenkaichi probably twice ever since I've set it up. You know, since Tenkaichi 3 twice, just so I can get a feel for the game. I wasn't playing through the whole game though, so I don't play through a lot of these emulations already, like on PC. But it's a couple. One, they got trophies now. The second thing is that I don't have to go through all the steps of emulation. Like once you set up emulation, it's really not that many steps. But when you're on console, it's pretty much just booting up the console and getting to the game. And it's so much convenient being able to
I will
play.
say,
And
if you
I'm
have
not even
like a
talking
Steam Deck, they have whole projects like EmuDeck and shit that literally script out majority of it. And you can get done like in an hour, and all that shit's kind of set up, and you have more variety.
right. Yeah, and I understand that, right? Most of these games I probably won't go back and replay, but like Sly Cooper, I feel like I would definitely go through that game and play through the whole game, from start to finish. Well, again, one because of trophies, right? I'm going to be earning something new. They actually got new content, not new content, but it's a new mode where, no, excuse me, they have trophies dedicated to you playing it a different type of way. So like getting the collectibles and it's a little bit more replay value into it. Another thing is that I actually just got a PS Portal. Um, and I've been testing it. I've been using it, and I ain't gonna lie. I'm proud to say that this is the best handheld experience I have ever had in my entire freaking life. Like there is no latency. It's some latency. Don't get me wrong, right? Because when I'm trying to parry on Bayonetta, it's a little bit different than when I'm playing on my console. But like it is so not noticeable. Like I'm amazed, and y'all know me. I don't like streaming games, but I am amazed at how well remote play is working on this thing. It's damn near like I'm playing on my fucking console.
Yeah, but here's a kicker: if you still own a PlayStation Vita, you can do the same thing on that too.
But the thing about it
Well, so
is
the
that
problem with the Vita was the Vita only had Wi-Fi 2.4, so it was a shitty experience because the bandwidth to do the remote play was not great.
okay, so that's why it works. So one of the biggest reasons, not just if this was a remote system that played games natively, it probably wouldn't feel the same as if it was not the same controller. Like the fact that this is a dual sense is a handheld, but it's a dual sense. It is so comfortable. This is the best handheld I have ever held in my life. Like,
And I told you, Fred, I don't really like the PlayStation controller, so I don't feel the same way that you do about that controller.
and that's fine. That's perfect. Like, I trust me. Anytime I'm saying anything that like we can all have different tastes. Like Beast, Bobby, we all DJ Kills. Anybody here got a different taste of stuff. It's just that I was not expecting me to like this experience as much as I'm liking it right now, and the fact that they have this PS2 emulator on there, and they putting a lot of these games on there. They got Dexter on there now. I never played Dexter, but it's like I have a PSP. I have a better version of the PSP.
I would never say it's a better version of the PSP.
I'm saying it
I would
because
never say that unless it
being
has
that
native ways to play games. I would never say that unless it can play games.
Yeah,
again, with me, you still streaming the games, and with me, I don't like streaming. But the fact is, a dual sense in your hand, you have a large screen in front of your face. You're able to play these games natively, and
Play
there
natively.
is
Which one are
little
you talking
there,
about?
there's literally little to no
PS.
latency.
He's
Like
talking
I
Fred,
about the
Fred,
PS
Fred, what are you
Portal.
talking about? What are you playing natively?
the PS2 emulating
On
games
what?
On the PS Portal.
on the on
The
the
portal
PS5, but the
download.
PS Portal.
That's what I'm saying. You can't use the word native when you're streaming it from something because everything's native from your source, but that's literally not what native means.
Well, Jack, I'm not here to
No,
argue.
no,
I'm
I'm
just
just
saying.
I know it's just fine. I get triggered when people say native and they're talking about streaming. I'm like, those are two different things. But go ahead.
Well, no. I'm talking in combination. If I wasn't playing on a portal, I would still be playing these games native on my PS5.
Which is no, and that's fine. That's why I always will prefer a Steam Deck or a Rogue Ally or some other kind of device.
Right, and that's fine. You can do that. I'm just saying, me personally, after having a Aya Neo, right? My Aya Neo, it may be a little bit smaller than the Steam Deck. I've held a Asus ROG Ally, and it is more comfortable holding that. Um, I didn't buy the Aya Neo for a comfort. I bought it specifically because it was small, because I was going to use my DualSense with it, so I already planned on not actually using it in like as a handheld, just as another screen to play native games. But all in all, after actually using the portal, right, actually personally and using it, I bet it's so convenient, so comfortable. It's like I have a PlayStation in bed with me without actually having to have the PlayStation. Well, because my PlayStation, I would just move to my bedroom now, but I move my bedroom around. It's this is all I know, all the personal stuff. It's just that my PlayStation was in another room, and I was just in bed, lying down, playing Bayonetta, playing Astro by getting my trophies, and this is literally like I was just playing on my PlayStation, and it kind of baffles me that I'm having this experience because I was not expecting it.
So that literally leads you us into the next segment, which is there's a supposedly a Xbox handheld coming out. We don't know anything about it, just a rumor. But what do we feel about Xbox releasing handheld? But now, granted, Xbox is everywhere; it's on everything. You can stream it, whatever. How do we feel about Xbox coming out with a handheld? It's a native handheld too, not a streaming device.
I think that's what they should do.
I mean,
It
I
should be
think in
native.
all honesty, like I've said before, those new Surface laptops and those computers that are ARM, I think they're going to eventually get the Game Pass app and some compatibility with a lot of that stuff on ARM. And then once they do, they'll eventually release an ARM version for their handheld, just because it would make more sense from a battery and optimization standpoint.
Right. But the thing is, with ARM, you think ARM would be better than AMD in the mobile space, though, Lazy?
Fuck yes. Why do you think everybody uses ARM in the mobile space?
They was using. I remember them using ARM in the beginning. That's what the PS
That's what
Vita
Apple
uses.
moved to. That's what Apple moved. That's what Apple Silicon is.
Apple Silicon. That's another thing. So for example, I have an iPhone 15 Pro Max, right? And apparently you're supposed to be able to do all these gaming on this. So you're thinking
Because
that,
the new MacBooks and computers use the same fucking processors that the iPads are using now.
and you think that the new Microsoft handheld will be using ARM too as well?
Yeah, because look at so I was playing around with the new Surface that just came out this past week, the new Surfaces, and there's like a whole slew of other vendors that are using them too. Where for example, Diablo 4 was playing fine on there. Some other games I got. Some of them didn't work just because there was like configurations because they weren't natively. They were doing the emulation thing, kind of like Rosetta that Apple does. But I can see in within the next year, maybe them writing stuff where the processors can play these games. They've shown that some of these games like Baldur's Gate and stuff can be played on them. It's just they have to get them because they're not written for ARM, and they have to have a better way to get those things moved over. And I think, in all honesty, I think Apple trying to move into the gaming side for laptops is going to accelerate that, because if you support Apple, Apple is ARM. So that architecture, that Apple's trying to push, as far as them trying to get in gaming on iPads and the new, iPhones and even their laptops again, that's all ARM at the end from an architecture standpoint, and that's going to benefit Microsoft as well.
So what would we say the specs would be of this Xbox handheld and the price point on that?
I don't know, because I don't think it's coming out for another year or so. I think honestly they're not me personally, I think they're waiting till they have and I mentioned this before, this is what I would think they should do. If you look at something like the Steam Deck, right? The Steam Deck has a desktop mode, which is regular Linux distro it's using, and then it has the Steam OS type, more like a console type setup, right? If you've so I've used Linux for 10, well, probably 15 years or so, right? Linux have what they call desktop environments. So to me, when I see a Steam Deck, when it's in that mode, it's like a console. To me, that's like a different desktop environment, like KDE versus GNOME versus XFCE and all these other ones. I could see them trying to do something like that, but then make a kind of a different desktop environment from the Windows side that is more akin to the Xbox. And then, because if they do that, if they get a handheld that does that, that also means all these other third-party manufacturers like Rogue Allies and all this other crap, if they build that stuff into Windows, people with desktop computers can now have an experience. It's more like an Xbox. People with mobiles, with other stuff, can have it more like an Xbox. They can do basically what Android did. Android fucking won in numbers because they had third-party support. Same with Windows, because they had all these other motherfuckers where they still make their shit. Google still has a Pixel phone that I'm on right now, right? They still have their standard whatever fit. Microsoft has their Surfaces and their Xbox and all this other shit like that. But the way they took market was by their, like, all these other people competing. And if all those other competing, all you got to have is a Samsung that will fucking do all that. Because everybody knows Samsung's doing the heavy lifting on Android when it comes to phones. All they need is somebody to knock it out of the park from a third-party standpoint for like a handheld or something on the Windows side, and that's going to help them out a lot.
Damn, man, you brought it back. I forgot about that because I had when I had an Android phone, I had an HTC, and they out of here now. But
Well, yeah, but
when
there was
you
competition. But they were competing with each other to do better features and better stuff.
No, of course, and it was always every Android phone that I had a different skin on it too. It was the same thing, like so, like it was different for a Samsung, it was different for HTC, it was different from whatever Android phone I had, and then I just eventually went to the iPhone and whatever. But you make it 100% a good point because that would accelerate mobile gaming times 10 if they was to make that, and now I'll be even more excited. Like I love my Steam Deck, but we know it has a lot of limitations and stuff like that. And then the problem with ARM is they don't have everything that's written for the ARM architecture, which is another thing too. But I'll be excited for that because I like playing games portably, and I like playing a
Correct, but
game that I can.
they already have a program. I forgot what they call it, but it's similar to Rosetta that Apple has, where it basically does damn near like it has a little overhead performance wise from a native app, but just like Apple, a lot of those applications use Rosetta to emulate x86. They have something similar. I just can't remember what they called it.
It's
But
basically like Proton, though. It's basically like Proton. How Proton?
yeah, not exactly. Proton's more for like making it act more like a Windows system type thing, like for games that have like guts that like require Windows dependencies and stuff like that. But what I'm talking about is more like Rosetta. So like if you remember when the first M1 MacBook came out, right? There was a lot of shit that just didn't really kind of work on there applications wise. So they had to, put development into Rosetta. But the reason Apple was able to do it versus you remember years ago, they tried to do ARM on Windows back in like Windows 8 or 8.1. It failed because developers didn't have to develop it. Apple said, fuck y'all, we move into fucking this shit right here. All Apple products are this shit right here. If you're going to support this shit right here, get with the fucking program. They didn't give them a choice. So Apple made them switch to developing to that because that's all. It's like, motherfuckers, when them other devices die, your shit ain't going to work no more. So you're going to miss out all them goddamn customers. So like
Exactly,
they were in a
exactly.
different situation because they forced people to boot.
What you feel about that, Fred? How you feel about this Xbox handheld, man?
I feel like we finna get demonetized before we even get monetized. Now I'm playing. Well, I'm serious about playing, laughing but serious. Hey, there we go. Look, hey, look. This is so complicated for me right now because y'all know me with these handhelds, and y'all been in space. We've been talking about this, a couple times in spaces. I have expectations with some of these handhelds. If Xbox, PlayStation, do it right. Do it a certain way. It's tough for me to look at any other handheld right now. Like, I'm probably not going to be purchasing another, unless it's a Nintendo, unless it's a Nintendo Switch. I'm probably not going to be purchasing another handheld anytime soon. I'm content with what I have right in front of me. I kind of just want to upgrade my PC and just buy any game, because any game I buy on PlayStation, I can play on my portal, right? So it's literally only one purchase. Of course, you got to have the internet connect to it, right? So that's another statement. But like, even with PlayStation, I know we're talking about Xbox, but even with PlayStation, if they came out with a handheld, it would be tough for me to get from this portal to go to that handheld. Most likely, it's not going to be the same DualSense. controller. They're going to have a specialized handheld, ergonomics, and I'm not ready to go over to another handheld at this point. So at this point, hey, they can do what they want to do. Now I do agree though, because the same thing I was saying, what the lazy was saying. Um, it needs to be an Xbox experience on that handheld, right? It needs to be a console like experience. And I didn't even think about it, but that's just going to go over to PC too, and I would love that to happen, right? I wasn't even thinking that far,
That's
but
why that's
if they
why I
come out
think
with
it makes more sense for them to spend the research and development to get it working on the PC side versus trying to make a portable that has the Xbox Direct OS. Because if you look past just what numbers or market share you looking at for a mobile device, if you kind of fix that shit people have been asking for on the PC side, because like for example, the reason I brought up the desktop environments for Linux, right? So when you do a Steam Deck and you go into that environment, right? You can basically boot into it, and then there's like an option, hey, switch out, and it kind of blanks out the screen. You kind of log back in or whatever under the desktop, right? In Linux, when you choose different environments, you kind of like log out and log back in, and it loads it based on whatever that experience is. If they did that and then had like a gaming type Xbox environment, there could be a lot of people that would PC game but don't want to deal with all the PC bullshit, and they could just make a very good environment that's like Xbox thing that I could say, hey, if 90% of the time I'm on PC, I'm playing games, motherfucker, when I boot my PC, I just stay in that shit. If I want to use it like a regular ass PC, I switch modes to like a desktop mode and do that. But then majority of it, I can live in it on something that looks very, very similar and acts almost identical to what an Xbox does.
facts. Facts. I am 110% agreeing with that, and in fact, they can use that to almost advertise their handheld, because we know Phil Spencer already teased it's coming out, right? So they already working on it, and they can use that to, like, okay, hey, look, they can even launch it simultaneously. We got the Xbox. I'm just gonna call it the Xbox Experience. We got the Xbox Experience on PC. So like you said, that people have been asking for legit the longest, and it would be kind of a slap in the face too if they was to release a handheld and not have, saying the Microsoft experience on PC first anyway. So they can launch that at the same time. Like, hey, look, we got the Microsoft experience job asked for, and on top of that, boom, here you go. We got another product out right now for people that don't have PCs, that not willing to invest as much, even in a low PC or whatnot. Hey, look, we got a lower price unit for you guys to have the full PC experience, but in the convenience of a console like experience. I think that's perfect.
Yeah, I think that's perfect too. I think that's perfect too.
Because
Um,
Fred, you don't people forget the PS3 had a full ass Linux desktop on that shit that you could use until they took that shit away because it was creating easy ways for people to pirate shit on and on out of there. But they literally did the opposite thing where they had a gaming thing and they just added the desktop part to it. They could base what I'm talking about with Xbox is they could have something similar to that for the PC side where they add that other gaming part to the PC. The only thing is going to be the configurations is going to be kind of weird because there's going to be certain stuff the way it works. But if they kind of write it more universal to Windows, I think it's possible. It's going to take time because even when Windows 8 and 8.1 and all that shit were making changes, they went in one direction and then they pulled that shit completely back and then they kind of went back to the old shit. So it's going to take a while to get that shit working.
And to be honest with you, I'm gonna be real. I know this is kind of a lot to ask for, right? But to avoid the Xbox Series S approach, right? Uh, the hand, because at the end of the day, these handhelds gonna be consoles anyway. You're gonna be able to dock them. So to avoid the Series S approach, not the architect, the specs gotta be there. Like, the handheld has to be pretty much the standard console because it's going to be, right. And again, to avoid the Series S mistakes, because at the end of the day, the Series S is the standard generational console. Everything has to be developed on the Series S. To avoid that, the specs of the handheld has to be legit next gen level. Maybe not as powerful, like, you know what I'm saying, as like a pro type of model, anything like that, but that's going to be the standard model. So the specs got to be there too. And I'm talking about for Xbox and PlayStation. The handheld should be PS6. The Xbox should be Xbox Series Y. You know what I'm saying, for next gen. And then if you want to have another model where you have a console, just a straight up console that's more powerful, then yeah. But that handheld needs to be the standard. It's going to be the standard console. So the specs have to be there for a standard console in
Hey
general.
Fred, the only thing with handhelds that's always gonna hold that back is battery and heat. That battery got to be good, right?
That's why they have to do it on ARM, because ARM is where you're gonna get the battery.
Right, and then you got
And
the heat too, cause my Steam Deck be blowing up. It'd be hot as hell playing Liza P.
yeah, and I think
Well, because no, and
personally,
that's what
I
I say.
do think that I think that the cooling system is the toughest thing, because I know I get a lot of backlash for it, rightfully so, but I don't think they should be worried about the battery. I think they should treat it as an actual console that you can hold in your hand, that you're going to expect people to keep plugged in. Because at the end of the day, with these handhelds that we have right now, people keep them plugged in 95% of the time while they use them.
That is true. That is no. That
But
is
wait,
true
no,
because my
but
Steam
still,
Deck.
if I'm thinking about a portable, like one of the main reasons I love an iPad is because that shit fucking lasts a long ass time.
That's an iPad though.
But
No,
no, but
it's
even like so, like, and then maybe my Rogue Ally. My biggest fucking gripe about my Rogue Ally is the battery life isn't great. Now I do plug it in, but I'm not gonna lie. I would like the idea of I have a device that I can throw in my bag and not worry about, like for example, like, and I just mentioned laptops because like my son has a MacBook that he literally charges once a week. If I could have a portable that I just didn't have to fucking worry about that shit, and I just threw that shit in my bag. Like, think about what we used to do with 2DSs and 3DSs and all that shit, where you put that motherfucker to sleep. You wasn't charging that shit like every goddamn day
Nah,
unless you
you
were playing
wasn't.
it all day.
You was not charging no D. Like
Yeah,
I have
that's what
a
I'm saying.
original. I have an original DS, like the first DS, not the DS Lite, not the DS XL, whatever. I have an original DS. But when you got that kind of power though that we're talking about, that it ain't no way in hell that they was gonna
ARM,
able to do it unless
ARM
they
is way
changed it.
more efficient, is what I'm trying to get at.
Right. I mean, I can't wait to see
No,
it. I can't wait to see it. Shit. If they can do that with ARM and have the power and the efficiency at just like that, that's perfect for me.
I mean, that's what Apple's doing right now with their computers are like outperforming like x86 shit with ARM stuff.
now see, what if it's possible, then do it, right? Like, of course, the power got to be there. I think that's the power, the specs of the power, the power of the specs is the top priority,
To
and the
be
battery
honest,
life, I
for
think,
a
is
portable, it needs the power to do 720, maybe 1080. That's it.
right, and that's fine. That the resolution right there, that's fine, because at the end of the day, you playing on a smart screen anyway, so that's perfectly fine, right? It's just that the specs gotta be there first. I think that's the priority. Because again, if not, then we're gonna have another Series S problem, and I think everybody wants to avoid that.
Or a PS3
Or
problem
not even
where
right, exactly. And I not even just talk about Series S. Let's say we're gonna have an Xbox. I mean, we're gonna have Xbox Game Boy, right? Where it's not gonna be able to run these games, right? You're gonna be only able to run indie games, and nobody wants that, right? At this point in life, so the power has to be there first and foremost, and the battery gotta come second. If you gotta sacrifice that battery life for the power, I think that's the right solution. Now, again, if there's another solution to where you can have both, of course, do that with the ARM chips. If that's the solution, let's go for it. But if it comes to like cost and they just want to stick with the same manufacturers and everything, let's just say AMD is doing all this stuff. Hey, look, that battery life you gotta sacrifice that battery
yeah,
life.
I have a quick question though, real quick. not to get off topic. It's not even off topic.
Not for portable, because then it's like, what is the whole point of a portable if battery life is not a big thing?
But no. Real quick, lazy. I want to ask you directly because you have high knowledge of this, right? ARM was number one for a while. That's what they use in the Vita. That's what they was using on a lot of the
That's what they used in what?
that they used. Didn't they use the ARM architecture on the Vita? I'm pretty sure they used that in the Vita. ARM.
They probably did. I don't remember what the Vita was using, but I'm pretty sure probably.
Right. So how the hell did AMD take over for everybody? Because every device now uses AMD.
Because when it comes to graphical performance, Nvidia and AMD like desktops have been like those develop like the shit they've been developing have made the largest leaps in graphical power over the last several years.
But not in efficiency. So graphically, yes, but
No,
not in
the
efficiency.
problem is the problem is for consoles. The issue is cost. So a lot of what they've done is they've done APUs where, like, so for example, when you think NVIDIA and AMD on like a PC, right? It's a separate card that just does graphic shit. When you're talking about these integrated chips like the new ARM processors, what Apple's using, what's in these things, those are like shits that are all built together, integrated in one part versus like having individual devices that just have one task that they're doing. When you're integrating that all into there, that shit it's like basically where you could be good at a lot of things, but you ain't a master of nothing.
I got you. All right, cool. I just wanted to because
Like
hear
AMD
about
and
that.
Nvidia, their shits are like the master of graphic shit from a gaming standpoint, and they pushing the envelope and all that other shit, but they also expensive as fuck.
Right. So now that leads me into this next segment, which we get off the handheld, which is that AMD announced Zen 5 and the Ryzen 9000 series. Right? So is that something to be hype about? Is that gonna boost
I
performance out?
mean, for consoles, it's not gonna do shit.
Because they got it most of the time the games are already built up from the ground up on consoles.
What? I'm confused.
Well, it's just because we're not there yet. That's
No, what I mean why I'm saying that, right? A lot of the times when the games were being developed, they try to build it up from whatever is the leading platform. And so now you have an AMD Zen 5, and then you're gonna have the 9000 Ryzen, right? What like how exciting is that gonna be? That's what I want to know. Like,
Actually, I have to head out, but y'all be good.
all right,
let me see. So we got those. Let me see how do I describe it. We're not gonna really see that stuff in the consoles for a minute because it's just gonna be too expensive. So like it for console wise, like it's not really it's not something to look forward to yet. Um, but they are moving up in the PC realm, right? So we're gonna see how that evolution works. The cards don't. These are the entry level cards first, so they're not gonna be that much faster, right? When it comes to CPU power, efficiency, and stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying? It's just something that to note in the PC realm, right? We get into the next we get into next gen the PC.
next gen of PC, which eventually we will just basically see that technology in the consoles next generation, because that's usually what happens anyway with the.
You guys also need to remember that you want to keep it affordable for people to actually buy.
Yeah, that's
So
what consoles
that's
coming
the
from,
sole
sure.
reason why they won't make it too expensive. Because if they make it like 700 or 800, they'll have that same issue that they ran into with the PlayStation 3, or the Xbox when it ran into the whole DMR issue, which when they get locked in that little nonsense, and so that they need to make it affordable and acceptable for people who don't want to worry about buying a PC to play video games.
Now, when it comes to the PS3 thing, the main reason why the PS3 was so expensive was that Blu-ray. You know that we all know that because the Blu-ray players were $1,000 and the PS3 was $600. We can't just blame the chips on why the PS3 was $600. It was a Blu-ray player, and just they tried the same formula with they did it with PS2, they did it with PS3, with the Blu-ray player and stuff. So I don't I mean when we think about consoles, all consoles have to be affordable enough because they're gonna produce them on a brand scale, and they lose money on each console that they sell until the next revision comes out or whatever. Whether it's a slim or they can get the production cost down in order to sell the console at a profit, and they really um rely on software in order to capture that money back from the loss that they get from the consoles. So I don't know about that, but and yeah, I it's that's a hard one right there. That's a hard one right there.
Hey, and really quick, I do want to um let me take the last couple topics really quick because I'm not the last couple topics. These next couple topics because we skipped over some stuff. Um, Another thing to note is that Nvidia became the world's most valuable company. Literally, the world's most valuable over Apple, over who else did they say?
Microsoft.
Apple and Microsoft. So that's big. Like we talking about all these PC parts. You know what I'm saying? AMD launched the next gen stuff. Um, Nvidia, and they just announced they get into the 50 series too, right? To with when it comes to GP when they dedicate GPUs. So that's pretty big, and we seeing PC gaming become bigger and bigger and bigger. On top of that, we also know well, actually, we can get onto the Mark Cerny thing because Mark Cerny has some stuff to talk about too with that. But some things that we skipped because we was talking about the PS Portal. The PlayStation Portal do have a new update that's out too, where one of the biggest complaints was that you couldn't log into.
Can you log into a
Uh,
hotel Wi-Fi now?
yeah, so there were some public. Well, you couldn't log into public Wi-Fi networks because usually when it comes to public network Wi-Fi's, you have to sign into them, and the PS Portal didn't have its own internet browser. So now the PS Portal it has an update that just released to where it will have a pop up sign in screen if you wanted to log into a public Wi-Fi network. So you can play with play with your portal in a hotel if you wanted to. Uh,
What was you about to say before that, man?
that was what I was going
You
to
almost
say. It's
fumble
just
there.
I thought about it. Yeah, I thought about it before I said. I was like, this gonna sound so weird, but yeah, I just went ahead and said it. Anyway, so you also gonna have new visual feedback for the touchpad areas, and that's actually something that after actually having one now, right? It was so weird because the touchpad areas. It's just on the screen, right? You have the dual sense, the touchpad. The touchpad is the middle of the dual sense, with the portal, the touchpad is on the screen, so it's at the edge of the screen. And when you're touching the the screen, it's no feedback. It's like you barely know you even touching the touchpad or whatnot, and sometimes it don't even work. So that's one of the like that's another a complaint too that I had, but it was a very small complaint because you're not really using it that much. Well, now they have feedback for the touchpad area, which is actually pretty cool. And display battery level and they're showing the percentage displayed on the battery level. So that's where the um, that's new updates for PS Plus, PS Remote Player to PS Portal. Another stat with that is that over 6% of PS Portal users, um, or PS Portal owners, they over 60% use PS5 remote play for the first time. So we were actually just talking about this not too long ago, where people had a misconception that you could not use mobile data or outside. You couldn't use remote play outside of your home. People didn't know that, but that's because people didn't use remote play before the PS Portal, and this stat just proved that over 60% of players did not use it, right, on PS5. So yeah, a lot of people are just now using remote play for the first time, and to be honest with you, granted, that's actually a good thing because a lot of us that used remote play before, we knew that it was not the cream of the crop, right? It was definitely streaming. You had lagginess, you had delays, it was sometimes unbearable to play some of these games. So the fact that a lot of people's first impression of remote play is through the portal, and most likely they're getting good signals and playing games at a very stable rate, they probably have better perceptions of remote play than a lot of us who used it before.
Real quick, Freddie. So I want to touch on that real quick, right? With the remote play and the streaming and everything. Um, so you know that the PlayStation Plus has the PS3 games, the PS4 games that you can stream, and they got the PS5 games that you can stream, right? Which you stream it on your PS Portal.
You cannot know directly.
You can't stream what directly? You can't stream PS. You can't do like the PS3 games on PS Portal.
So I don't know specifically, right? Because I have not tested that feature out yet. I can look it up really quick, but when I said directly, I meant like you couldn't just go to sign into PlayStation Plus on the portal and just start streaming a game from there without being attached to your PlayStation. Um,
Okay.
that's something that people. I'm saying that because people ask for that to be a feature, right? Which it probably should have. You know what I'm saying? Since it is a streaming device, you don't even you shouldn't be able to have to connect to your PlayStation to stream something. You should be able to go through an app on this and then just stream your games on it, right? The older games. Now if I would have to guess, if you were able to connect to your PlayStation 5, the remote play on your portal, and try to stream the older games like the PS1, PS2, PS3, I would guess. Let me look it up really quick, but I would guess no. Only because I tried to use Hulu and Netflix and all that stuff on my portal, and I was unable to do that. Like you can literally only play the games on the portal. You can't stream nothing on it,
Mm,
even if you're streaming on the
that's
PlayStation.
something I did not know.
So
That's some okay. Good.
yeah, yeah. And I definitely tried. I was like, huh, can I try to watch Hulu on my portal right here? And they did not let me. So yeah, you can't do that. So let me look that up really quick though. I think maybe it was one more thing. I think that's it. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on those things really quick before we moved on.
All good. All good. So we do got something that I want to talk about. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it might be a big deal to some people depending on what it is. There's two parts to this because they both reward systems. They're basically ending the Sony rewards program. The end of this year, literally December 31st, they're ending that. So a lot of people who have a lot of awards with that, that's done. They're not doing that anymore. I don't, sad to see. Anytime this reward system is gone or anything like that is gone, we're sad to see it. It's the same thing with like right now they're having problems with PlayStation Stars, which is technically PlayStation reward system. It's the same damn thing. They all do it, so sad to see. What do you guys feel?
Well, seeing how the damn thing never worked for me most of the time after I bought new games or got new things through the credit thingy, I'm not really sad to see it go. But yeah, for the people who actually got it to work, I know that they got some free games out of it, and plus some other little goodies here and there.
Are you talking about the stars or the Sony rewards? Which one?
Both of them.
Right. So the Sony rewards I can't really speak too much about, but the PlayStation stars. I was just said it. I think three podcasts ago. I got a lot of games off of it. Whether they whatever games you buy, they give you points, and the points you use to get PlayStation Wallet money, and you can use that PlayStation Wallet money to buy games or apply it to games to basically get a discount on the game. That's how I bought Remnant 2, because I didn't feel like buying the whole game because I already bought the game on Steam Deck, and then when I bought the game on Steam Deck, it didn't work on Steam Deck at first. It was running at like 20 FPS, 60 FPS. Sometimes it was like up and down. I said, I'm gonna play this game
Yeah,
on
that was
PlayStation.
definitely better. Yeah, that was definitely better to play it on PlayStation at the
It,
time
it, it,
because you had to do the little update and stuff for it to get it to work on the PC.
Now, granted, it works fine now, but
Yeah, now it
that's
does.
why I'm saying that's the reason why I brought it on. I brought it twice. I brought it on PlayStation and brought Steam Deck. Um, so that's what I used my PlayStation rewards for. I had a $20.
Well, you're a lucky dog because every new game that I bought didn't register it and it didn't even acknowledge that I had anything new for it.
Now
So
that's it. Now that's another thing I don't know because it should. That's a question I have. It depends on what game you brought. I brought, for example, I brought Spider-Man 2 digital, right?
I bought that
And what I
digital. I bought Dragon's Dogma. I bought some other ones. I bought mostly all of the new games that were coming out, like Final Fantasy.
did you buy Spider-Man 2 digital the day it came out?
Yeah,
It should have. Then that's why I don't understand, because I brought it digital the day it came out, and it was like, oh, campaign complete, and here's your points.
I
They just
didn't
gave
even
me the
get my
points.
platinum trophy for they were giving away certain platinum trophies like these little
Yes,
thingies in your
yes,
email for
yep.
platinum, and you get like an emote and stuff. I didn't get none of that shit for the Horizon or God of War, even though I already platinum both of those.
Now you gotta call Sony for that, because I definitely got something when I platinum Spider-Man 2, and when I platinum Horizon. They gave me points for both of those, and then they both of those points were like worth like $5. That's literally the two games that I did Spider-Man 2, and then I did Horizon. And then when I got those platinums, they said, hey, you completed a monthly campaign, because I know every month or every week they do like a little campaign on PlayStation Stars. I'm talking about, by the way, guys, clarification. Um, they did those two things. I did those two games, and they gave me points on that, and that's how I had money in the PlayStation wallet to buy Remnant and whatever other games that I brought out of that. So like stuff like that, Nintendo does it. Like when you buy games on eShop, they'll give you like star points or whatever, and you can take those star points and use it. Oh wow, Bobby drop. You take those star points and you can use it for whatever. And PlayStation was doing it too, and now we don't even see it on the app. There's no doubt. There's no option to see it on the actual PS5 console itself. You can only see it on the PlayStation app. So, and it's been gone for PlayStation Stars. It's been gone for a while on the app now, like a month or so. Not 100% sure how long it's been gone, but it's been gone for like a month or so. So, and the Sony Rewards, which is ending at the end of the year, I don't know how to feel about that. Like, the fuck, like we need to have, that's a reward that we should always have. If we buy games, we should get rewarded for it. That's my take on it. Buy games, complete
Man, I
certain
think
things, you should do it.
I honestly believe we should, if we're buying games digital, they should be cheaper than what you can get when you buy them off the store at Walmart. But
agreed.
that's just pretty much my own opinion for that. And also, if they're releasing PC versions of it, the games that you buy it on PlayStation, they should have it where you're allowed to have a PC code, so you can play it for free on PC. But then I know that would pretty much go up against Steam's little thingy, because Steam would want you to rebuy the games on their account so they can make money off of it too.
Now I'm gonna be real. Sony with their rewards have always sucked to me. Like always, 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 always. The all that stuff. Because I remember when those Sony rewards came out, and I legit looked. Now, no, I was younger, right? Credit cards, stuff like that was not really in my forte, but I was studying that stuff. 'Cause, looking to build credit and stuff like that, and all this and that. Sony rewards. in general, right? No matter we talk about Sony Rewards and PlayStation Stars, I think has always been crappy. Now, I ain't gonna lie, Beast. I'm finna investigate you a little bit, because I was doing my research on these stars, right? After that last podcast we
Yep.
did. Oh, my bad. I dropped my phone. Okay, okay. I ain't trying to put you on the spot. All right, I'm not trying to, but I was doing the math. I was doing the numbers, bro. I was trying to see how long would it take me to get Helldivers 2, right? With just points. Now, Helldivers 2, I'm not gonna do maybe if we what I'm saying, if you want if you want to challenge this thought, then we could look at the numbers again. But Helldivers 2 has a certain amount of points where you can get it. Like it's was $50 $40 game, I think. Certain amount of points so you get a $40 game, certain amount of points so you get like a $60 or $70 game,
Yeah, it
right?
was like
So I was
15,000
just
or
talking
something like
about
that for certain games.
yeah, so like 15,000, I think like 18,000. I think it was 18,000. After 18 popped up in my head. So, but let's just say 15,000, right? 15,000. Um, or you get a certain amount of points. Now, when I was adding up how many games I had to buy to get to the amount to buy Helldivers 2, I'm not even talking about doing the challenges. I'm just talking about because challenges don't really give you nothing. And there's not really a lot of challenges either. So buying games to give you points. When I calculated how many games I needed to buy, and I'm talking about $60, it was 60 or 70, let's say six full price games. It took me to like, I think I had to buy like 14 games to get that one game for free.
All right. So let me explain because I'm not gonna be in the hot seat. When you so when you buy games, you get a certain amount of points. If it's a campaign for that month, that week, you get even extra points, right? When you complete certain things during that week in the game. So like I can't pull up PlayStation Stars right now because it's not on the app, so I can't really show you. I wish I took a screenshot of it weeks ago. There's certain campaigns that you can compete on top of doing the certain trophies that you can complete for the month and weekly challenges.
Right. So let's that one thing right quick. I don't want to cut you off. But we focus on that one thing right
Yep, go
quick.
ahead.
When I was doing my research on it, the problem with that is they only give you a certain amount of challenges throughout a, like a couple weeks to a month. I know they got different time frames each of them, but
Some
like
challenges
it
are a
was
week and
only
some
like
challenges are a month.
right, but it was only like three or four of them at that time, and like only one of them reset weekly, and they didn't give you that much
They
gold.
don't give you that much gold for the challenges, no. But this is the thing. I completed a game, got a platinum, right? I got the platinum. Like Bobby was saying, he never received the email for Spider-Man 2. I received the email every time, I think for Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2, and Spider-Man Miles Morales, right? For Spider-Man Miles Morales, there was no PlayStation Stars yet. For Spider-Man 2, there was PlayStation Stars. I got the email from them, whatever, congratulating that I 100% of the game. They gave me some PlayStation Star points. They also gave me PlayStation Star points when I finished Horizon Forbidden West and I platinum that, right? So, but then remember, you can always with the points you can buy a game straight up with the points, or you can use it for PlayStation Wallet funds.
Right.
Right. So the PlayStation, that's the math that I don't 100% understand either. I don't know if it's the same thing as the PlayStation wallet points, but literally I had enough points to get Remnant for free. I literally got that game for free off of PlayStation Stars. I had enough points just to get that because it was like you can put a certain amount of points for a $20 PlayStation wallet. And that Remnant 2 was only $40, or I think it might have been $50, but it was like only like it was like low, like a one like almost like Helldivers. Same thing with Helldivers too. I did the same thing with that. I had a couple of games that I did. It was like complete this mission in Borderlands. Log into old games, The Crew, a racing game and stuff like that, and it will give you a certain amount of points. Eventually, I had enough points to get that game for free as well.
Right, right.
I can't
Now,
tell you
so
how long it took me to get those points because I play a lot of games. It's not like I just went out and I'm like, let me do all these things just so I can get this game for free. I didn't do that. When I was playing the games, random when I got a random trophy, and it doesn't always have to be a platinum trophy too, by the way. It could be a regular gold trophy. I'm pretty sure it has to be gold trophy. It can't be silver or bronze. And they'll be like, hey, you got this added. And then you don't see it on the actual PlayStation console. You're only gonna see it on the app.
okay, so the thing about that though, most of the time the trophies, I don't even think I've seen any of the trophies that gave you gold. They usually give you like an icon or something that you can put in this like collection. So you don't even get gold for trophies. But
What do you mean you don't
the
get
other
gold
thing,
for trophies? You mean you don't get points for it?
yeah, you don't get
Yeah,
points
you
for
do.
that. You gotta show me because when I was looking at it, you was getting like collections and okay. So but besides that, right? The wallet funds are it's pretty much the same. Even if you use the gold for wallet funds, or if you use the gold for getting video games, it equals out to about the same. But one thing I do know, like it's a loophole with that, because I was advised to just go with the wallet purchases, because if you use your gold to buy wallet funds, you actually get gold back for that purchase, so it gonna keep accumulating. Whereas if you use the gold for the games, you're just gonna spend the gold on the games and not get no points for it. So I do know that's a loophole, but still, it's you. I know for a fact when I added that up, it was more than 10 games because I was looking at this like, or excuse me, let me. I think it was like 800 to a grand that I had to spend to get a $40 game for free. I'm just like, that's not that's kind of steep. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my problem though with the rewards program
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
is that they don't give you enough. It's not the fact that they are giving you gold for these purchases or anything like that. Excuse me, that it's not the fact that they are not giving you gold for purchases, right? It's not the fact that you know. I'm not saying that you can't buy a game from these points. It's just that you have to spend so much money to the point where it's like if you're not buying all these games day one, the reward system is useless to you because they're just going to expire. Now, granted, you can spend as soon as you get enough amount to get like $5, $10, wallet per. You can spend that, but again, it's like it's worthless if you're not purchasing so many games.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're getting your points off of this purchasing games, and yeah, this is. But it's across the board. It's not just PlayStation. Nintendo does the same thing. I don't know what Microsoft does. Like if I go to my Switch and I buy a game on Switch, they give you like
Well, Nintendo has their little thing better though. Like Nintendo actually will give you your points first before they even do anything. Like if you buy something, like literally
they
right
give you
after
the
you buy
platinum
it, they give
points.
it to you. They give you the points, the gold coins that you can use towards buying on their store or using it as an extra little currency if you were low or short on money.
Exactly. So, I mean, I can't. I don't know. Like when I did buy a lot of games during that time, and then even when I forgot what it was. If you renewed, I don't think it's if you renew your PlayStation Plus, but a lot of times when I brought new games, when I brought Call of Duty, it gave me some points. And when I brought Spider-Man 2, it gave me points. I don't know. Maybe I brought so many games during that time, it gave me enough points. But I don't never really look at the points. It just so happened that I was on the app trying to do something, and I seen the points, and I'm like, okay, so but how many points is this worth for $20, right? And it was like, okay, I had enough for $220. That brought Helldivers and that brought Revenant too. I know you got to spend a lot of money. It's the same thing with Nintendo too, though. Bobby, it's the same exact thing. You got to pay a lot. You
Sort
can
of,
get
but
like you can pay. You can. If I buy a game for $60 on Nintendo, on as a downloadable. It has to be on the eShop, right? If I do that on Nintendo and they give me $2.99, that's enough for just tax on the game. But if I've been buying games for like a week, there's been one week when I brought like 4 or 5 games in a week, right?
Yeah, but
Now
they
that
they always tell you how much you're going to be getting back for
exactly,
purchasing the game in general on the
and that's
Nintendo store.
yeah, right. So that's where the disconnect comes because you don't know how much points you're gonna get from PlayStation. You know how much you're gonna
Well,
get from
well,
things.
you do know how much you get. I think it's 10. I think it's 10 points per dollar spent. So like they tell you how much you gonna get, and I ain't gonna lie, Bobby. I think you might need to check with PlayStation with your account too because something sounds fishy. Why stuff like that is not popping up for your account
Yeah,
because it definitely should be.
Yeah, you should have if you platinum any first party game like God of War Ragnarok or Spider Man, they supposed to get send you at least send you an email for that.
yeah, I didn't get shit from them. Like the back in the day, they
Well,
used to have this thingy where if you pay at least about maybe 40 or $50 or $60 on the PlayStation Store, they used to give you $10 for free. But they stopped doing that as well.
Oh, that's long gone. I know what you're talking about. That was long gone.
yeah, it's just like, and we can get off this. It's just that any reward system. I'm not even talking about gaming because I'm a reward system maniac. That will literally make me shop at your whatever it is, no matter if it's freaking JC Penney, Carson's, Walgreens. Walgreens has a very good reward system, by the way. McDonald's, whatever store, whatever entity, I am there when it comes to rewards points. And I think PlayStation is just my personal opinion. My personal opinion, and it's I probably don't buy as many games at least right now. I'm definitely not buying a lot of games. Y'all know I'm not buying a lot of games at this point, and it's kind of rare for me to do this, right? But still, I just even when I was purchasing games, I do get a lot of games on discount, so I'm not buying. Like my game purchases don't be very high with half my games anyway. So it's like it's just I don't think it's a good reward system, and I never thought that Sony had a good reward system. Um,
Definitely not saying it's the best. That's for sure. I ain't saying it's the best, but
Yeah,
you
they
know,
definitely had some issues. Apparently, it works really well for some people, and it works really well not for some people.
oh man, I apologize for you, man. That sounds
It's all
tragic.
good
Really,
though.
really quick.
I don't
I'm
really care. At the end of the day, if I get to play the game, I'm happy.
yeah. If you got the money to buy the
Facts.
game or whatever, do whatever. But that's the thing though, Fred. When I be playing these games or buying the games, I don't know. I never like, so you said you're like a coupon reward system maniac, right? I don't even know what the hell is going on. I buy the game, I see the rewards, and see it, or we added this much to your stars, right? I might even
Mhm.
when it first came out, I didn't even pay attention to it. I'm like, okay, I didn't even know what it was. I didn't know that I can even get funds from that. And then until I figured out that, and then I seen certain things. It says campaign complete, blah blah blah. So like for me, somebody who buys games on PlayStation and never looked at any reward system ever in life, period, don't care, just buy it and not thinking about a reward system. It was like, damn, you giving me money for completing this and doing this? Okay. So, but for you, knowing that you know how to you can abuse the system and do whatever you want. You're like, this is a piece of shit. I get it. I get that. I get that.
Hey, I'm finna say Walgreens got a very if you don't have Walgreens, if you don't put your number in at Walgreens every time you make a purchase, you need to do that ASAP. All right, they got a very good reward system. I'm finna put you on game, bro. Give give me a moment, okay?
Hey,
After this
listen, man,
podcast,
I
okay?
gotta go to Walgreens to buy some diapers right now.
Hey, you better sign up. Sign not the credit card thing. I don't even know if they got one, but their reward system. Sign up. Put your number. All you gotta do is put your number in at every purchase. And I'm telling you, about the third time, every it's like every three the third time I go to Wal, and I don't even shop at Walgreens like that. Like I do because it's by my house, but it's not like I go there every so often, every blue moon. Every single time I go there, they hey, you want to use your $5? You want to use $10? You got $8 off. Like hell yeah,
Nah,
like
facts. Hell yeah, use that. Hell yeah, definitely.
Okay, really quick. This is one of the things I did forget to mention. Time Splitters is rated. Has a is rated in Taiwan. And it's suggesting that it has a possible PlayStation Plus release. So Time Splitter may be the next ported PlayStation 2 game. Excuse me, emulated PlayStation 2 game on PS5, and it's one of my personal favorites. So not only Slyko was my personal favorites, you got Time Splitters on it too. Hey, look, man, and you can use this on the freaking portal because you can buy these games and play them natively. I mean, I know it's emulated, but still, you're playing them natively on the PS5 system. You can buy them. Hey, look, sign me up.
Yeah, that
You
Ghost Hunter game was pretty good too. The one that came out last month or this month.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah, man. We got PSP back.
Yes, sir.
You got to stream the stuff, but hey, look, you got a nice control in your hands. You got a big screen. You playing this game at 1080p, or at least it's a 1080p screen. You're playing at up-res resolution sometimes for some of these games. Hey, look, we got PSP back, and it's better, and it's a lot of
It looks
aspects.
way 10 times better than it did on a PSP when I was playing Daxter and Sly Cooper. Because remember, I got Sly Cooper on PS Vita too, the remake. When I was playing it on PS Vita versus when I played it a little. I didn't play it that much. I played a little tiny bit of it. It looked 10 times better. It looked like upscale. Look like this is a game that just upscaled the resolution to modern times. Not the game mechanics, not nothing else. But it did look good on my TV. I'll tell you that.
Hey, turn up. Okay, okay. All right. All right. We can keep going. Cause I know we kind of leewayed off the topics, but
Yeah.
I mean we didn't leeway off the topics. We kind of you keep going. You keep going.
I got you. I got you. I got you. So look, we got all this nice gaming news out, Xbox handheld and the emulation games and stuff like that. It's time to talk about the downsides real quick. So the downsides right now that we're experiencing is a lot of layoffs. A lot of layoffs. We got one layoff right here, Fire Sprite. I'm just gonna bunch them all together because there's a lot of layoffs. The whole gaming industry is always suffering layoffs. So you got Fire Sprite, which Sony just brought, right? They got layoffs. We also got Sumo Group Gaming. They laid off 15%. Um Sackboy and Texas Chainsaw Massacre developer. Yeah, that's Sumo. They 15% layoffs. So yeah, once again, we got layoffs across the board. Now my take on layoffs is the fact that everything costs too much. It costs too much to keep these developers or people that's working there, on top of the fact that some of these games don't sell or make enough money to uphold any of the stuff that they're trying to do anyway. So yeah, once again, layoffs. Nothing new. Nothing new there. We could expect more layoffs in the future. I'm surprised if we don't hear another Microsoft layoff or a Nintendo layoff or whatever. Square, I know Square's in the hot seat with that stuff too. They layoffs too. So
It's funny too because which one was the Xbox layoff?
the Redfall and stuff developers.
Was it down? They is it was somebody.
Team Asab, the one that made damn it. What's the name of the game? What's the name of the game? Hi-Fi Rush and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah, them people. Okay, so
Tango Studios.
um Tango. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I think Phil Spencer. No, Matt Booty. Matt Booty said that um some of the layoffs, the closure of the studio was because of the leadership team and that the head of the studio had left. Now, I don't know the full story. Don't nobody know the full story. What happened, right? Because we not involved inside the company, right? But from the details that's been released, I call foul. I feel like it's especially after what Microsoft and Phil Spencer just said about the whole Black Myth Wukong. It's pretty much damage control. They're trying to save their butt, right, with PR. Why would the head of the studio leave after being purchased from you guys? And the game was a critical freaking success. It was one of the most successful games in Xbox history in the last 10 freaking years. So why would the studio head leave?
Because Microsoft paid billions and billions of dollars, and now they're like, we got to make some cuts somewhere. Anytime you buy a game studio, it's like having a burger, or you're trying to make a burger and you need to cut off fat in order to make sure that it's good. They that's what they try to do, and like you said, foul play for sure, because that was their best game that they made in the last 10 years.
But it does make me wonder why Shinji Mikami left the company just to end up making a brand new company.
Right, like if you're Microsoft and you just made this move, your best interest would be to satisfy your best
It's like,
players at
what
this
was the
moment.
point of buying Tango Studios in the first place if you was just gonna shut it down?
This is
Exactly.
Microsoft we're talking about. They do things that normal companies won't do. They'll spend billions of dollars on a
That is
Yes,
true.
and that's a problem with Microsoft with upper management. Because if you management, you look, you have to please the talent. Okay, you have to take care of the talent. Now there are exceptions, right? When like the talent is asking for outrageous amounts of care, of money, of whatever. But that's where negotiation comes in. That's where it's another word for negotiation, but it's pretty much negotiation. Um, that's where
contract you're talking about.
Microsoft. Nah, it was actually a less business type term, but compromise. That's where compromise come from. That's when Microsoft, if you're buying the studio and you're becoming their publisher, then already that's guaranteed that there is more money being pumped into the studio. Like that's guaranteed. That's for a fact. So I mean, of course, layoffs will happen because you have samey type roles, right there, or that's where like sometimes even demotions or being put to different departments, right? So restructuring of the studio is going to happen. That's regardless too, but money is going to be pumped into that studio. Point blank, period. Especially after being good at your job and you doing what you needed to do. So for this to even happen, no matter how it happened, that's on Microsoft. Point blank, period. They didn't do a good job managing the studio, and it's been on record in the past that they have done this to multiple other studios as well. So hey, look, that's on Microsoft, and it's unfortunate.
How many studios have they done that to? We can name one right now. Bungie,
Bungie, yes,
They
Bungie.
they they made
Um,
Bungie
number one
fucking
set.
form
That
down
was
so
that was
much.
their biggest
Yeah.
studio they ever had, and they did them dirty. So if they did them dirty like that, it don't matter what studio they got.
Oh, speaking about Bungie, you
well,
guys excited for Marathon?
Cliffy B. Um, I don't know nothing about Marathon.
Well, the OG original game was pretty good, but this new one's going to be an extraction shooter like gameplay style. So I don't know about that.
I need to see gameplay.
Yeah.
I don't know nothing about Marathon.
What
But yeah, they did that with I think Cliffy B was I think Cliffy B was in the same situation, right, with Gears, something like that. I forgot the story. Let me not even say nothing. But yeah, it's been on record. Microsoft been doing stuff like this. But you can go ahead. My bad.
I can't. If Bobby's speaking, I can't hear nothing. I thought I was the only one talking for a second.
Bobby, can you say something?
Jello shots.
Oh, this is entertaining. Um, Beast, did you hear anything he said?
Nope.
Nope. He might have to back down
Okay.
and.
Hey, I wanna see some Bobby. Can you back out and get back in? I want to see if
Yeah,
that
I'll
fixes
jump
it
out.
too. Okay.
Hey man, Discord's on PS5 now, so if you got PS5, you might want to hop on Discord one of these days.
Hey man, that's so. And did you look at the layout? Like, did you? You know, I ain't gonna lie. I forgot to even put that in my notes. I'm glad you mentioned that. Discord is officially on PS5. So you can like literally go to your PS5, go to the I forget what tab it is, like the messages tab or whatever. Um, and it will have a Discord icon. You go to the Discord icon, and all of your Discord chats pop up just like the app, and you can go directly to a voice chat from the PS5, just like the app.
Yep, I definitely see. I'm looking at it right now.
Wait, you can check your messages on the PlayStation 5 as well for Discord?
Hey, Bobby's back. I can hear him now. And yes,
Hey, turn up. You can do that too.
I don't know if you can. That's what I was asking.
I don't know.
Because I know you can do the
I
calls. I just don't. I don't know if you can see the messages on the PlayStation through
no,
the
you can't.
Discord
You
thingy.
can't. You can't see the messages on it, but you can definitely do all the voice calls, like anything, like any live chat or phone chat, whatever. You can see all those.
Well, I did notice that sometimes my messages won't go through the phone if I'm playing a game on the PlayStation for some reason. Now they have or like my main messages is not being lead to me because my girl tried to get my attention before on Discord and she couldn't because for some reason I didn't even know it was messaging me on the phone at all because I was playing it on PlayStation.
Yeah, right. Like I'm like looking at it right now. Um, and the only thing that you can see on the Discord is the voice chats. That's it. And I'm gonna try to see if I can see. Yeah, no voice chats only.
okay. Okay, cool. Hey, really quick, can we talk about this Wonder Woman game? Because I've been wanting to talk about this game for like 3 weeks now. Um,
Is that the one that's going to be playing sort of like Batman? Well, people are hoping. You know, like
Batman.
Arkham
Well,
style.
yeah, because yeah. So because the creators of Shadow of Mordor, um, the Lorings game
Oh
with the
yeah,
Nemesis
yeah,
system.
Nemesis system. Yeah.
Yeah, they are doing this game, and the Nemesis system is actually going to be in this game too. So some new details about it. First off, let me just get out the bad news because this been reported a while ago, and we couldn't get to it because of all the freaking topics we had. But it was reported that this game has some development troubles. So Greg Miller from kind of funny, he had an inside source about the development of the game, and the source told him that it was in a troubled state. So we we not we probably shouldn't expect anything from this game anytime soon. Which I mean, people was kind of hoping we was gonna hear something because we didn't hear anything from the game for a long time now. They announced it and that it was nothing. So we people was kind of expecting like when is it gonna show up? Why we haven't never heard any news? Well, a source said it's in development trouble. But some new details about the game had popped up, and to be honest with you, I can see why it's in development trouble because this game sounds expensive. Let me go over to the details really quick. So, some details leaked about the game. Okay, it's a single player action adventure game featuring Wonder Woman, of course. Uh, the setting or the plot is that um, she's trying to stop Circe, which is her mystical sister, from destroying Demaskira, and the setting is going to be on Themyscira. So it's going to be on that island. It's not going to be in the U.S. It's not going to be in a city. It's going to be on that island. Okay, almost kind of like how Shadow of Mordor did, where you was in a, let me not get on. I don't know Lord of the Rings lore like that, so I'm not going to say that. But it's kind of like it wasn't in like a city. It wasn't in an urban area. It wasn't in like a normal looking type of
Yeah, it took
world.
place off of the
Um,
the little section of Mordor.
okay, so um, so Wonder Woman returns to protect her homeland from Cersei invading Themyscira. And if you know about Cersei, she's a majestical. Um, she's a witch, pretty much. She's pretty much a witch, right? She has magical powers. There's gonna be cyclopses, monsters all over the freaking place. I mean, again, if the people that made Shadow of Mordor is doing this, then they can handle it,
Yeah,
right?
but
Because there was a
when you
lot of
said that,
stuff.
my first brain went to is like, so we're going to be beating up a lot of women because that's pretty much what's on the island as well is it's just a lot of the Amazon females.
Well, the right. So the mascara is all women, right? But um, they're allies to Wonder Woman. So unless seriously like manipulate them or mind control them, like you probably it might be a lot of woman to woman fights, but they're saying cyclopses and monsters and stuff like that too. So you're not. I don't think you're gonna be really fighting a lot of Amazonians. You may have allies, but there may be like some Amazonians that turn to Cersei's side or whatnot. Um, so free flow combat, like kind of like the Batman style, right? So yeah, it's kind of the same thing, right? You have like relationships between Amazonians and Queen. I can never pronounce the name, but the Queen. Nemesis system, open world, unique moves with her bracelets and stuff like that. Cheetah will be in the game, Medusa will be in the game, and Cersei will be in it. It does say predominantly female set of villains, so the villains will be predominantly females. I mean, it is Themyscira, right? So there's a lot of females in mostly all females in
Yeah, you're
Themyscira.
definitely going to run
If
into the Gorgon and some other of the enemies that she fought in the comics.
right, right. So yeah, how y'all feel about that? I'm gonna be real with you. I can't wait for this game. I've been wanting to play like when it was first announced, and I'm gonna make it quick because I'm really excited about this game. So I just wait till more stuff come out. But when they first announced it, I couldn't wait. Like I love Shadow of Mordor. I love that gameplay style. I love the Nemesis system, like mostly a lot all these other people. But I love the combat in those games. In Shadow of War, right? I love that combat. So for them to do the same thing, but it be based off of Wonder Woman's lore, with her powers and stuff like that. And the fact is, now we know it's in Themyscira. It makes me more excited for this game. I cannot wait to play this freaking game. And yeah, that's it. I can't wait to play it.
I don't really have no opinion on it, but if it plays like Shadow of Mordor, I'm excited for it.
I just need to see it first
Hey,
because if it's going to take place during her young Woman era, then we'll probably have to like build up her skills, and she'll probably have to like get the lasso of truth from that mystic cave thingy that she did in the comic books. Well, one of the comic books. My DC lore goes back not so well, so I have to like really remember a lot of things for Wonder Woman. Besides that, that show they did in the '70s.
All right, I know Freddie. He wanted to really talk about this game, but let's go to this game that nobody really wants to talk about. Banana clicking game is the 11th most popular game of all time on Steam.
Hey, if you can make
It's
real
fun.
money, people are gonna click the shit out of a banana.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I just didn't expect it to be a banana that they was going to collect in order to make that money.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a toenail. Like, can you imagine if they made a toenail game where you have to every single time you click the toenail, it comes off, and then you have to click off one of the other toenails?
Yep. That's probably going to be the cast that they probably going to do. They're probably going to do like different things. That's not a banana. I don't know about a toenail. They might do a apple. They might do Freddy's head. I don't know. They might do all kinds of
It's like
stuff.
that Mayo game that you could play for an easy platinum if you really wanted it.
Oh, I hated those games that you could play for. I ain't gonna lie. One of my platinums I did get was the stupidest fucking game. Oops, I'm sorry. Stupidest game in the world, where you have to cross a highway or something. Yeah, nah.
I think they actually got that same trophy too, because it was like cheap game for like $5, and I was like, ah, fuck it, let's see what this is about.
Yep, it was $1.
Frogger
I know
fucking
exactly the
thing.
game you're talking about too.
Yep, it was like a Frogger like rip off game. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
How you feel about this banana game, Fred?
Man, if you don't go to the next topic,
He's gonna spec you with the banana. That's what he's gonna do.
I'm tired of y'all. I'm tired of y'all talking about me and this banana clicking game like we have some type of relevance. Like, I'm cool.
All right, so the next topic is real quick. We're gonna go back to Xbox, which is I know we're all over the place, but um Microsoft is giving people a refund for um what was that game? Redfall. Yeah, they giving a refund for people with Redfall because apparently a lot of people bought the collection edition of the game. They shut down that studio, so most likely no more content is coming to that. Which I hate when that happens. Like you buy a game, you're expecting all these things, aka Anthem. um and then
I think don't
after
rub
a
that in.
while it's this you don't get anything, it's dead. So how are we feeling about that?
I'm trying to read it. Is it just? Let me see. There's a page. Would be refund back to the phone page. So yeah, they refund the whole game,
Well,
right?
I think they're refunding the people for the people who bought the Byte edition.
Right, that's the one that comes with all the extra content that they're not gonna get because they shut that studio down. So
Got you. Okay, yeah. If you bought, you will need to contact retail request refund for the Bite Back DLC. Yes, yes. Okay. Um. Yeah.
and that's where Game Pass
I mean,
comes in, by the way. Because if you got the game on Game Pass or whatever, I mean, you pay your monthly subscription and that's it. You didn't buy
I
that.
tried beating Redfall. I couldn't do it. Like, I
no.
beat the first
I'm just
boss, and that's as far as I got.
look. This no. That's where delaying your game and actually being focused on the game comes in. At forget a Game Pass. This is all straight up Microsoft because like if we make this excuse with this game, then we just put okay. Well, if a game is crappy and it's not we don't have a lot of content for it, and we got so many bugs in it. Oh, we're just putting in Game Pass.
We talked
Look,
about this in one space too, Fred, where I said
oh,
that the reason why game Redfall was even rusted. First of all, they never wanted to even make the game. Remember, Microsoft forced them so that they can put it into Game Pass. That's the whole reason why the game even came out in the first place was because of that.
Yeah, because they had no games ready for that month, so they had to put out something to make the fans happy, or else they were gonna riot because they didn't have nothing coming out that month.
Exactly. So that's a Game Pass issue because if
right,
yeah,
yeah, that is that's actually that's actually an issue with Game Pass. The fact that look, Microsoft themselves announced that they were trying to put out a game every quarter of the year, a major title every quarter of the year. So y'all rushing these games, trying to y'all was just trying to get people to buy Game Pass, and it's like no. Sean Layden, this is another topic, right? So I'm gonna just say state this right. And we can put if y'all want to give y'all opinions on this too. But Sean Layden just came out with some advice, right, about the game, the game industry and everything too. And he was saying, so Sean Layden's advice on making games faster and cheaper, which is something that That's good advice for Xbox and for Game Pass, right? Um, Not for Game Pass, but still with Xbox having Game Pass, make shorter games, make games. Most gamers don't notice the latest tech advancements, so is it really worth investing in? Right? Try AR, and that can be something like a Unreal Engine 5 type of thing. You know what I'm saying with Hellblade. Um, that's not the best example, but still, you can put that in there. Try AI tools to do the heavy lifting, and be disciplined on what you can deliver. My biggest thing on this is everybody know about making shorter games, right? But being disciplined on what you can deliver, I think is the biggest highlight of everything he just said, because that's literally Microsoft's problem. They're not disciplined on what they can deliver. Being disciplined on what you can deliver is something like a Spider-Man Miles Morales. And Salmiak was disciplined in what they delivered, what they can deliver. They knew they had an open world Spider-Man game already out, already published, already crafted. So instead of trying to make Spider-Man Miles Morales this 30 to 40 hour experience, almost like the first Spider-Man, having him have his own game, but limited it to the things that's most important, was the most genius idea. Hey, look, we're gonna have the same setting, but it's gonna be during Christmas, so it's gonna be snowy. So it's gonna look a little bit different, but in actually it's the same thing. Um, Same thing when it comes to these half prequels and sequels, right? Infamous First Light. Something like indie studios where they have like Kena Bridge of Spirits. Now I haven't played Kena Bridge of Spirit, but a lot of people say it's good, right? So something like
You
that.
should definitely play it.
Microsoft
That's
is
pretty
doing
good.
that. I should. I should. Um, they're not disciplined on what they can deliver. They don't know what they can deliver. They over anticipate. They overshoot their shot, and then they're not disciplined enough to. Why did Halo Forge mode come out a year or something later after the release of the
Because Game
game?
Pass, they wanted to release the Infinite into game. Halo Infinite was supposed to be a launch title to the Xbox Series X. Then they delayed it, and then it still didn't come out with a Forge mode or anything like that afterwards. I was just about to say that before you said anything else before.
So yeah, that's all Microsoft fault with Game Pass. If you want to, I said this before. If you want a subscription service, it should have been done like how Sony is doing theirs. Why don't be putting your games day one in Game Pass and trying to use that as the big selling point for your system? That could be something for your legacy titles and let's say third party deals,
Yeah, but
right? Just
that's
so
the
people
reason why a
have.
lot of the Xbox people really enjoy Game Pass is because the games are going day one into Game Pass. Like it saves them money because otherwise they'll have to pay that $70 or whatever amount of price that they do. But a lot of people claim that they also buy the games, which they do have that little sale that goes on. Like if they're taking a game off, they'll sell it for like a lower price on the Xbox store. Because my buddy would always keep telling me over and over again why he enjoys Xbox. Like he'll pound it into me why he really enjoys it and expects me to play Xbox down the road, but that ain't gonna happen.
So real quick, Freddie, we was just talking about something earlier about the Black Myth and how it's not coming out on Xbox because of the Series X and stuff like that, and it's Sony, and then Microsoft said that it was Sony that potentially paid money to that developer, right? So that kind of,
I don't believe that at all.
I don't
Like
believe it at all either.
it sounds too far fetched.
It's shenanigans. But I just wanted to add real quick on that because now that I'm thinking about it, I should have said it back then. Was that during the 360 generation, if they wanted to talk about people buying things to keep things off of certain platforms, that's what Microsoft was doing the whole entire time. Real quick, I just wanted to add that. So you know, we can put it into Game Pass perspective because that's the route that they're taking right now. They're taking the Game Pass route where they just want to put games in the subscription. They're getting paid anyway. But back when they was like directly competing with Sony, remember they said they're not competing with Sony anymore. They're competing with Google and Apple and all these other people. They're not competing with Sony anymore. Okay, whatever. Back when they was competing with Sony, that they was buying exclusivity rights to almost damn near every game besides like Japanese studios. Call of Duty DLC and all that stuff was coming out on Xbox first. You remember that? Remember when all those DLCs and shit was coming out on Xbox first versus on PlayStation? And now they take the Game Pass route. It's like they're always taking a different route in order to beat you. It's crazy. And then now we got these games as unreleased, unfinished on Game Pass, and that's the
Yeah,
reason
because
why.
mostly every game nowadays needs that day one patch to make it run.
Right, but you know what I'm saying, like Sony first party game would never be rushed to come out on anything they want if
Yes
it's
and
not
no.
finished.
They PlayStation has a tendency to actually rush out games before they really want it.
What game did they
Like
rush
the
out?
all right, so they did want a little more time with it, but they brought it up because they didn't really have too much games coming out towards the PlayStation cycle between PS4 and the PlayStation 5. And then without that first patch, you can see some issues that the game was having, as
What
they
game
was
was
like
that? Because I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Horizon Forbidden West
Oh, on PC or PS5.
from the PlayStation 5 version from the PS4 version.
Ah,
Like because when they first released it, they were having a lot of little issues here and there, like certain robots were flying through the air and like other little issues. And then when they had that second patch that came after the day one patch, fixed most of all of it that they were having issues with. So you could tell that they were having a little bit of strains of trying to get a game out to actually, for people to play.
right. So, but all right. So the thing is with that, was it missing game mode? All right. So yeah, but performance issues and stuff like that, understandable. Big game, short time frame. They might rush. They might have rushed that out. You're 100% right with that. I can't even deny that. But what I'm talking about is like you missed the whole Forge mode on your highly anticipated game on your system that came out on launch. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference. Okay, so you could say that there's glitch, there's performance bugs and glitches in every single game, no matter what. And you're right. That's why they do the day one patches and stuff like that. But does Sony release a game that's missing a whole game mode? Does Nintendo release games as missing game modes?
Well, to be
And
fair, COVID really fucked the gaming industry in general because during the life cycle of both the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X and S, we haven't really seen what the systems can technically do because a lot of the times they blame it on, it's because of COVID or something else. That's the reason why a lot of the main next gen games haven't really been produced that much.
you're right. I mean, that's like I say that's like a marketing tactic. It'll be like, hey, we just can't get it done. You can't blame everything on COVID. Some things you can blame on COVID. Some things you can't blame on COVID. Right? We're past COVID now. And there's still games being released unfinished or unpatched or whatever. But I was just talking about the game modes, and I was just talking about the quality of the first party studios, in terms of the big three.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure PlayStation was heavily hoping for Call of Duty to be not bought out, but unfortunately they did.
Oh, there's nothing they can do about that. Even
Yeah,
though they didn't want that.
they tried the hardest to try to keep it from being owned by Microsoft in general, but they couldn't do anything about it because it just didn't roll in their favor.
Is
Yeah, and I now I'm not trying to move the goalposts at all whatsoever. Okay, I'm keeping the goalposts where it was at. All right, I'm just trying to block the goal from make. Okay, let me stop trying to exaggerate this expression or
No problem.
whatever. Um, look, there's you can technically say two things were rushed, but how rushed are we talking about? Like, cause look at Horizon Forbidden West compared to Redfall. Graphically, gameplay wise, they like night and day. Like you, you can't even compare those
Yeah,
two. You know what I'm saying?
Horizon Forbidden West was playable, but it had some flaws in it as well, which required updates. But it wasn't as broken as Redfall was. Like
No,
Redfall was an online
Yeah,
only game, and it required a lot more to it. But the servers barely worked when it first launched.
and it was a game that the original developers
Yeah, the
did not want to
developers,
produce.
yeah, they didn't want nothing to do with it. Honestly, they wished Phil Spencer would say, "Yeah, can we get rid of it? Sure."
And Horizon is I mean I'll say this right now. Horizon is the best looking PS5 game to date. Period.
and okay,
It's also the best PlayStation 4 game, I guess, in that general too.
and every game has bugs, right? So again, I'm not trying to defend PlayStation with this. Every game comes out with bugs, every single one of them. Now, how, if Horizon came out with bugs, okay, cool. Not trying to defend them, but some things can just like we just, and this is why they some games do get passes, right? Because the quality of what went into the game, the time that what went into the game, sometimes it is just best to okay, look, let's just release the game because it's done, right? It's done. Maybe the quality of life we need some quality of life improvements. We need to fix some things up here and there, but that is something that we can honestly do in a week or two time frame. So since we already announced this game and we pretty much finished the game, we might as well just launch it instead of saying, "Oh wait, we finna delay this game 2 weeks," because like you gotta, that's manufacturing costs and all that, all this and that. So, you know, a week or two rush is not the same as like a 2 year type of rush type thing. Because
Understandable.
Halo should have been delayed
They should have
for
delayed Rise of Ronin and give it some more time to be worked on because some of those environments in that game, oof.
now. I didn't play that game, but I would be more inclined to agree with you because that game looks rough in a lot of aspects. So they they could have put more. They could have had that more. And that's exactly what I
Who's the
mean, right?
studio that made
Like
that game, by the way? Because I don't know.
Koei Tecmo,
that was ten.
and that's basically the people who made Dynasty Warriors and also Neo 1 and 2.
Copy, copy. I figured that. Dynasty Warriors.
And
Yeah.
they make so many games. Like then they just come out with wasn't Wulong Fallen Dynasty that game too?
Yeah, Wulong was their other one too, but this one was actually helped made through Sony Interactive Entertainment as well. So PlayStation could have been like, "Man, we made Ghost of Tsushima. We can make this game better."
That's true. That's very true. That's very true. I guess they said since it's a second party, not a first party, they're like, you know what? Forget it. We just need something on the launch lineup. But I do agree with that. Like treat your second party studios
Like
right.
when it comes to
Because
the cutscenes, you
Hill
guys,
Damage too.
if any of you guys play it, when it comes to the cutscenes, they're beautiful. Like there's some cutscenes in there that are actually like really good to look at. It's just when you get to the open world parts of the game, you could tell that they just like took parts of it from their Dynasty Warrior game and just gave it an upscale. Like if they left it mission based like in Neo 1 and 2, like how you go through the you get to choose like the certain world or certain missions that you get to do, and you have like this small section, and it's all like nicely edited to the point where you can actually see a lot of goodness in it and a lot of evil and all that. Like if you guys played Neo 1 and 2, you will understand what I mean by the whole like it gives you like that Japanese feel, but with also the dark and menacing, corrupted feel. I know
Right, right.
they were trying to go for the more of the human side in Rise of Ronin instead of like the mystical Japanese side.
So like but the basically the the tone of what I was trying to say was look how Ghost is we could say Rise and Roman. Rise and Roman was made basically that's like we call that like a second party kind of game. Yeah, it was made and it's exclusive on PlayStation, but that's kind of like a second party because it was in conjunction with Sony. Wasn't produced 100% by Sony, right? But then you look at a game made by Sucker Punch, Ghost of Tsushima. You see how polished that game was when it came out. You see how it wasn't rushed. You see how like that's all I was trying to say. But then versus we can't even say Redfall because Bethesda didn't even want to put that out. And then Halo was missing modes when it first came out. And what other game did it make? Now, Hi-Fi Rush was polished. Hi-Fi Rush was really good. That was polished. Same thing with
One of the major
Forza.
things that Halo Infinite was missing was its co-op, its couch co-op, which was
Missing couch
bonkers.
co. Yep, yep. And the multiplayer of that game too, as well, wasn't 100% when it first came out either. So it wasn't what they wanted. And this is a game that he said that wasn't it like one of the most expensive games to make was Halo Infinite, and that they were supposed to last 10 years or something like that. I'm pretty sure. Mistake me if I'm wrong, but
Yeah, it was supposed to be a 10-year venture, but it wasn't for the storyline. Apparently, it was just for the 10 years for the online, for the multiplayer.
right. So
Which
for a
which
10,
baffles me because the way that ending for Halo Infinite is, it requires more storyline or something to draw that open world-ish that they made out. Like there's something missing from that story.
I didn't even get to the end. I'm mad that I didn't get to the end because it was a good game, but I can tell parts of it that was rushed. But I never got to the end. So I'm gonna get to the end sometime soon. But that's what we was talking about when it comes to stuff being rushed. And that's something you never see from a Nintendo game. And everybody gets that's one thing they can say about Pokemon. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet was rushed. It's not rushed.
Yeah, that
The
that last one that came out. What was that one? The one with the bicycle one where you could ride the Pokemon.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, that one had a lot of issues.
Yeah, it was. It's not that game was. I played that game almost 600 hours. That game wasn't rushed. The Switch can't handle that game, and Game Freak is and the people who made that game is a company that's used to making handheld Pokemon games on stuff that run less than 5 watts. So anytime since Pokemon Sword and Shield,
I
they
really enjoyed
wasn't
that one.
able to do that. Sword and Shield was okay. Once I got the deals Once I got a DLC, it was okay. Um, but I might don't even get me started on Pokemon because that's a whole Pokemon's a whole separate thing, and I'll go for hours talking about Pokemon because I've literally played competitively. You're used to. I stopped.
Yeah, I've been playing them off and on. Like I grew up playing Pokemon as well. Like my very first one was the Charizard edition one, the Pokemon Red. And for years I kept looking for a green because my favorite Pokemon was always Bulbasaur.
Your favorite Pokemon was Bulbasaur?
Yeah, his leaf attack and some the razor one and some other ones were pretty good. I always kept him at his little form, so I never evolved him. Because
Oh
I
wow,
always enjoy Bulbasaur himself, not the Venusaur or the like. Sometimes
Ivysaur.
I'll involve him to his Ivysaur.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I
I would
can't.
always involve Blastoids to from Squirtle from Blastoise and all those, and I like those. But I didn't never like the way that Ivysaur looked, so I was like, nah, I'll keep him Bulbasaur.
Yeah, that was that was Gen 1 Pokemon. I mean,
Yeah,
I like Gen 1 Pokemon, but my favorite was Gen 5 Pokemon Black and White. But
I
we
didn't play
ain't
that
gonna
one.
get into that.
Yeah,
You didn't play
I
that
I,
one?
I didn't play that one because at the time the 3DS didn't look too appealing to me, except for certain Dragon Quest games, and that's pretty much my focus was on those. I never got into the whole going for the Pokemon White ones and the Violet ones. I just recently played Diamonds because I didn't play Diamonds before, or was it Ruby and Diamond?
No, that was
I got you.
Diamond and Pearl, and it was Ruby and Sapphire.
Yeah, I just recently bought it on the Nintendo Switch, and I probably put like 200 hours into it.
Oh, you played the remix. Yeah, you played the remix.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't like I said, I ain't gonna get into it because I'm a big Pokemon head, so I ain't gonna kill this podcast with Pokemon talk. But I was just give you the example of like one like you don't really see like you got Tears of the Kingdom, like all games from Nintendo don't come out half baked, 75% baked. They're pretty much good. Yeah, a little performance here and there, whatever. And Pokemon Violet was like an example. Like, okay, yeah, that game didn't come out
How did you
100%.
like that Pokemon Legends Arceus or whatever the hell it's
It
called?
Pokemon Legends Arceus was good. It was a nice spinoff of what the original core game is. I liked it, and I liked it for the lore aspect more than anything because
Yeah, I
I
haven't finished that one yet. I'm still working on it.
Yeah, it's good, man. You get to the end, there's a little twist and everything. You'll see at the end. It was pretty good. I loved everything about it. That's like I like stuff like that when a franchise takes a new approach. It's almost like when you got God of War and then they changed it to something else and then they taking a new approach. I always like that from every single franchise. If they want to take a different approach and it's successful too, that's always good. Um. So,
Ooh,
but I yeah,
Castlevania Legends.
that's another one. There you go. That's another one. So. But the next topic we got here is do-do-do-do-doom. So basically we're gonna tie in a couple of them in one, or I say like two or three in one. Microsoft is happy with CFD success on PS5. So I when I say I want to tie it in is the fact that
That's very funny to hear.
right. They're happy with it. They're happy with the success. That game, it was a game that I thought was always going to be multiplayer. But this is what Microsoft wants to do. This is what Microsoft wants to do. They want they like a game like Sea of Thieves, which is multiplayer oriented. It's not a system seller like a Halo Infinite. Even though we talk bad about it or however we talk about it, that's a system seller. You buy an Xbox to play Halo Infinite. You buy an Xbox to play Gears of War. You buy Xbox for these things. A game like CFDs that's like almost like let me give you Minecraft or Fortnite or something like that. You want those type of engagement on all systems or as much systems that you can possibly be on.
True, but if you're like me and you grew up during the whole basically the Super NES and Nintendo and all those other things, and you remember Rare gaming through the 64 with Banjo Kazooie and GoldenEye and a bunch of those other ones. So when you hear Rare and they're making an open world game that's like that, you get a little bit excited for it until you
You
find
do?
out it doesn't really
No,
play as well as you hoped.
you do. No, no, no. That's true. That's true. So that's why I'm getting. That's the point I'm getting at. I forgot. They I didn't forget. I'm sorry. What I'm talking about. They brought Rare. They brought Rare, and that's what they use Rare for to make a live service game. That's what they made Rare do. But basically it's inclining, right, on telling, wow, I'm so tired, in telling that they're more happy with taking their games and putting it third party. That's where I'm getting at. So Microsoft is happy that the game on Sea of Thieves is doing well on PlayStation. It's just indicative to them saying basically we are happy that we're a third party publisher now. We don't have to just rely on we're going against Sony, we're going against Nintendo. How do you feel about that, Fred?
My bad. What we on?
This
Yeah,
guy.
we
We're
we
on.
probably lost him when we was talking about Pokemon there for a second.
Yeah, he fell asleep.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, nah, basically, I was just saying that. So Microsoft is happy about the CFD success being popular on PS5 because that was a Xbox and PC only game. They put it on PS5. They're happy, which brings us to the segment of Microsoft doing more third party things, which Microsoft is basically a third party publisher now. Not 100%, not 100%. Not every single one of their games is available on every single everything, but you get what I'm going at with that. How do we feel about that?
Whole slate. It's the whole slate. Uh, you know the meme going around where Phil Spencer said 4 games in his last in his last the business update meeting, and now in June, it's like he pretty much saying he oh, did I say four? I meant more. Yeah, more games are going to other platforms from the Xbox part. And look, Xbox is third party, and that's hey, look, it is what it is. Now, granted, again, during the business update, right when they released that business update in February, I said that they should probably have still some type of exclusive games on their platform, even if it's timed exclusive. Even, but well, excuse me, no. I said they should have a couple of franchises that stay exclusive to Xbox, like the legacy titles, like maybe like Gears, Halo, Indiana Jones, maybe
Yeah,
Perfect
but
Dark and
that
Hellblade, or
Gears
like
E Day is a perfect way to get people who you like. If they bring it to PlayStation as well, it's the perfect way to get them to be like, maybe I should check out Xbox and see those other games.
exactly. So what I think that they are doing now, which they might literally be going fully third party. That's what it looks like they're doing. But what I think that will be a good idea is if they do the same exact thing I said they should do in that business update, but they just switch the games out. So they can have all their legacy games going to PlayStation, right? All the games that were once on Xbox, the Gears, the Halos, the Sea of Thieves.
Now,
I said
Freddy,
Starfield.
if they release Halo on the PlayStation, you know damn well, pardon my French, you know dang well that a lot of the Xbox players will want a trade. Like they would want God of War, Uncharted, or something else to go to Xbox.
Not happening.
Well,
There's
Not happening.
no way
that
that
doesn't
they'll be
matter.
happy with that game going to PlayStation.
But see, but the
That
main appeal of putting Halo on PlayStation, right, is to say, hey, it's the multiplayer. Do you do It's the multiplayer? God of War don't got no multiplayer. Uncharted right now don't got no multiplayer. Last of Us, all these games don't got no multiplayer. So you can't that there is no fair trade. Like, oh, we want this game. Okay, we give you Lego Horizon. You want Lego Horizon?
Uncharted
Like,
has a multiplayer.
not anymore. Not Uncharted 4.
I mean, they could bring back.
Yeah, they was thinking about it. They took all their resources and put it into Last of Us, and it was supposed to be a Last of Us multiplayer. They don't got no. The only fair trade I can say, okay, you give us Halo, we give you Helldivers.
so
I mean, that's the biggest game that they're
number one
begging for.
They are.
that don't matter though because both Xbox and their players said that they don't care about each other. Xbox been saying that they don't care about the Xbox player base. They've been saying that for years and years and years about the actions they've been doing. They don't care, and Xbox players keep saying that they don't truly care about the Xbox brand like that because they don't buy none of the freaking games on Xbox. So none of them really care about each other. Like it doesn't matter at this point. Xbox and really every point, Xbox just want to get money. They just want to recoup their money. They just want to recoup their money from their investments, okay? Because they're a business. So they're not looking to get. I mean, of course, if PlayStation will put a game on Xbox, yes, that would be great for Xbox. But Xbox, like, they not expecting that. They like, hey, look, y'all got the players, and y'all players buy games. So we're gonna put our stuff on your platform so we can get money. Literally, like that's why they didn't have. If they were so concerned about that, they would make Call of Duty
They
exclusive. But they are
they
not.
only care about subscriptions. They don't care about console sales anymore. They don't care how many people got it, because if they
They care about money.
They exactly that's where the subscription comes in. Oh, you didn't buy our platform? Guess what? You're still playing Minecraft on your PC, your Nintendo Switch, and your PlayStation. Oh, you didn't buy our platform? Guess what? You can still play Halo on our Samsung TV. We're gonna put that shit on LG too. They don't care about nothing anymore. The only thing they care about is making the most money as humanly possible, and the way to do that is not to play Sony's game. What Sony cares about selling a physical product, right? Not 100% subscription based, and actually giving you stuff. They care about the same thing with Windows. They want to be on every single screen ever. Oh, you have an iPhone 4? Guess what? We have the app. It still works. We're gonna put our app on our Xbox app on that. and you can stream the game. You're still playing Xbox, man. You still. So that's all they care about, and you're still gonna pay for it, regardless of whatever specs and battery life and whatever you got. That's what they want. So
Yeah, and so my thing, right? If they do the same thing but do the just switch out the games that I said, if they put the legacy games on PlayStation or the games that's already been on Xbox, put them on PlayStation, right? Because all it's going to do is just create more sales for the games that they already had on Xbox. But they keep the new games on Xbox, like Perfect Dark, Indiana Jones, Avowed, because at the end of the day, at any point in time, they can just say, okay, let's put this game on PlayStation, right? But the advantage they will have is not only have exclusive games to bring your players to that platform, bring players to that platform, they will also have games that they never had, right? So not only does it entice people to go over to the platform, but they have games that Xbox players have never played. Granted, they had Perfect Dark, so I guess that's kind of a that's kind of a legacy title too, right? But still, it's still newer, right? Keep Starfield on Xbox. Keep Avowed, Hellblade, Indiana Jones, and maybe like a fifth
Yeah,
game,
but the only bad
whatever
thing about
amount.
that, Freddy, is like if they keep Starfield on Xbox only, that means Elder Scrolls 6 would be Xbox and PC only, which means a
And
lot
well,
of
that's
generations of
that's
people who
sad.
grew up playing Skyrim will miss out on that, and they will
I
have to
don't
jump to Xbox or buy Game Pass for PC.
I don't think we can relate both of those though. I know they still they Bethesda, but we can treat that like a Call of Duty, right? Because Elder Scrolls is big, so you can put that on multiple platforms, but keep Starfield exclusive. I think that would be fine, at least for the time being. Like, because right now, Starfield isn't on PlayStation. There's a lot of games on Xbox that's still not on PlayStation. So technically speaking, they if they go to PlayStation, they will still times exclusive to Xbox, right? They can still do the time exclusive thing as well, right? Where they release Perfect Dark, and then 3 years later it comes to PlayStation, or they release Indiana Jones, and then 3 years later it comes to PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? That way they have, even if it's timed exclusive, they have some type of exclusive games. That way because if they put everything on PlayStation, especially day and date, they are third party at that point. At that
So what's
point,
the point of buying that
like
system then?
full on.
Just to have a game, it's gonna be a Game
Yeah,
Pass machine. So okay, you could buy it, which is a crazy strategy, by the way, because
it
they're
is.
doing that strategy already with Call of Duty. Hey, you want to play Call of Duty? Um, guess what? You can play it on Xbox for free on Game Pass, but because a PlayStation doesn't have a Game Pass, you have to pay $70. So which one do you want? Now, granted, Call of Duty's best mode, Warzone, is free, no matter what. It's free. So do you really want to pay $70 to play a regular Call of Duty? You know what I'm saying? But that's like that strategy. That's the same strategy that people. That's what Sony's doing with PC. Hey, we're gonna put these games that are old there to our platform now. A God of War not a God of War Ragnarok. Forbidden Horizon Forbidden West and the original Horizon and Ghost of Tsushima and games like that. Hey, look, we're gonna put this on PC now, and you're like, oh my god, these PlayStation games are great. Oh yeah, guess what? You can play day one on PlayStation if you have a PlayStation, but you gotta wait 2 to 1 year to play it on your PC. Are they gonna wait, or are they just gonna buy it? They're gonna go buy a PlayStation. They're gonna want to play the PlayStation games day one, and they're gonna go try to do that instead of it's the same concept. It's a hook and reel effect. Like we're only putting our stuff on these platforms that really into our ecosystem. That's it.
Well, if you look on the PlayStation Store right now, the highest rating game that's for pre-orders is Call of Duty. So I don't see people jumping over to buy Call of Duty like a whole new system and get Call of Duty on Game Pass. Because right
Well,
now, Black Ops, the Vault Edition one, is like the highest pre-order on PlayStation.
because they already invested in PlayStation
Yeah.
ecosystem. They don't want to go buy a Xbox to go play Call of Duty because Call of Duty is bigger than Call of Duty. You is bigger than a lot of games. These are games that certain people. Yeah, all right, let me explain better.
Call of
Let me
Duty
explain better.
Madden and
Yeah,
some other ones are the ones that
exactly.
yeah,
Two
they're the
two
ones that
K
people could go for.
two like there's people who will buy a PlayStation, an Xbox, and a PC, whatever, just to play a game like 2K, Madden, and Call of Duty. These are people, and that's the only game they play their entire generation. That's the only thing they ever play. Unlike ain't nobody on earth that just bought a PlayStation 5 to play God of War Ragnarok, and that's the only game they're gonna play on PlayStation.
You know
That's
what
not
else
that's
they buy too?
what.
That Dragon Ball Shining Zero, because you could play that game with a fight stick. So PlayStation still enables fight sticks. So
Well, that's
people are
yeah.
buying that up fast too.
But that's yeah. They're doing that, but that's completely different. If you're buying Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero, you're gonna buy another game. If you can, but what I'm saying is you can buy a system just to play a Call of Duty franchise, just to play a 2K. Because I know people in real life that hey, you got that new. Because this happened to me between PS3 and PS4. My man's he said I'm getting a PS4. I gotta play the new 2K. I gotta play the next generation of 2K, which looked like the same exact shit to me on from PS3 to PS4. It didn't change, like the mechanics, everything was exactly the same. But that's the only game that he plays. I tell him, hey, you want to play Call of Duty? It gives me motion sickness. Do you want to play racing games? Oh, it gets me sick. He don't want to play nothing else but that game. So there's people who just buy games,
Sports
just
games, yeah.
sport games or Call of Duty. So
Yeah,
it's
I
a
got a
little.
couple friends who'd be like, "You want to play Madden?" I'm like, I don't own a Madden game. You want to play Madden now?" I was like, I don't have it."
See what I'm saying? That's where I'm getting at with that. So, but it's like it's a hook and reel strategy. That's a franchise that you can never put down no matter what. It's a franchise that people thought was gonna die and it didn't die yet. All the other ones died. Medal of Honor, Battlefield, all the other shooters
Man,
died.
that hurts my soul. Medal of Honor was such a good game on the PlayStation.
Yes,
Well,
yes, sir. Yes,
minus
sir.
those last three that came out. But
Yes,
the
sir.
like Medal of Honor 1, Medal of Honor 2.5, Medal of Honor 2, Medal of Honor 3,
That was
Medal of
back when
Honor,
EA was good. EA was not
yeah.
even good like that anymore. But that's back when EA was good. I even played the ones on PSP. But that's what I'm saying is that
Even that
it's
VR one that they released recently was good.
I don't have a VR. I never even played it. I didn't really
Yeah,
look at
one of my
anything
my
with it.
buddies got the VR knee that we play, and I was like, damn, this is like pretty good.
Right, right, right. So I say that to say that they brought franchises that are so big. Elder Scrolls is another one. Somebody will buy a system just to play Elder Scrolls because you can play Elder Scrolls forever, and they're always gonna do updates to Elder Scrolls and stuff like that. These are the things that these are
Exactly.
some franchises that they brought the franchises that last forever. And
You
they're gonna take it and put it into subscription service. They're gonna put it
know,
on your phone. They're gonna put it on the tablet. They're gonna put it on your TV. They're gonna put it everywhere. And then they're gonna be like, "Hey, you cannot play this game because you don't have Game Pass, so you got to pay $70 for it." Which I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked if one day Sony's just like, "Hey, you know what? Put Game Pass on PlayStation." I'll be shocked if they don't do that.
no, they won't be able to do that because then it would be a contradiction to their own platform. Then that means it would make PlayStation Plus pretty much
Obsolete,
obsolete,
obsolete.
and
So
there'd
then
be no need for it. And then they'll have to like put all the PlayStation Plus games onto Game Pass, which means Xbox would be getting every single PlayStation exclusive to Xbox. So in a
I
way,
think that's their plan, though. That's what I'm thinking. I mean,
I don't see that
I'm
happening because PlayStation is always a competitor against Microsoft for some reason, as people keep saying.
right. But if you buy every third party in the world, you take all their games and you put it on Game Pass. Will Sony games
The only
be
way I
able
see
to
what you're saying is if Microsoft buys Sony. That would be the
base?
only way you'll see it.
Well, if Microsoft goes full third party and they're putting all their games on PlayStation, then you might as well put Game Pass
That's
on
what I was.
PlayStation as
There you
well.
go, Freddie. Thank you for helping me out. That's basically what I was trying to say. That's basically what I was trying to say. You become third party, and now it doesn't matter what you do anymore. And now you might as well put us on. You might as well put because Nintendo. Remember, they wanted to put Game Pass on Nintendo Switch. They're
Yeah,
not
but
gonna be able to do that.
PlayStation wants to focus on their own little PlayStation Plus catalog. That's why they pretty much said no the first time when Microsoft offered to put Game Pass on PlayStation.
Right. Well, there you go. So, but that's what Microsoft wants to do. They want to take over They want to take over everything. They want to have everything. They want to be on everything. They don't care what platform you're on anymore. They just want to be on everything. So Sony can fight it as much as they want to, right? As much as they're gonna do, we're gonna enjoy that because once Game Pass goes to play, if it ever, and I hope it doesn't never goes, but if it ever goes, that's it. That's it. You basically turning everything into Netflix, and that's bad.
And see,
That's bad.
that's why I don't want all the games going to PlayStation. That's
So
why they should have
so you're
subscription.
saying basically, hold on. So Beast, you're saying basically, if everything goes into one subscription, it's basically like PlayStation would be like cable TV. It'd be dead because it's on Netflix now.
Basically, because usually basically anytime anything becomes a subscription service, the quality of whatever work goes down. If you look at the god damn, this thunderstorm is going crazy. I'm sorry. We got a crazy ass storm over here.
I thought it
But
was over here. I was looking around. I was like, fucking lightning.
y-
What?
yeah, this it shook my house. Um, but anytime you put something in a subscription service, it degrades to me, not as an opinion. I don't. People might not share it. It degrades the quality of work because at this point it doesn't matter because it's a subscription. It's already paid. You're getting paid for it no matter what. They're just gonna smack it, put it on there. When you got a game, right, and you gotta pay $70 for the game, the developers gotta fight for you to pay that $70 for that game. But like for example, the music industry, we got Sexy Red, we got all these cartoon character rappers out here, and all they gotta do is put their music on Apple TV or sorry, Apple Music or whatever. Same thing with movies too. Same thing with movies, not every movie. But same thing with movies. You put it on Netflix, you put it on Amazon Prime, Hulu, whatever, and then you launch it as an original. The quality of these things go down. They go down. And I would just hate for gaming to be the same way. Like, okay, we're just gonna. It doesn't matter. The developers got the money already. Put the slop out, and if the game doesn't go, we already got your money already. So it doesn't matter. You're already into subscription. And I know Fred got to say something about that. So go ahead, Fred.
Well, people right now are already hesitant of buying games that are $70, so that's why they wait for a sale. That's why you see a lot of games not make a lot of money and profit on day one, is because a lot of people don't want to pay $70 for a video game.
That's true. But the reason why the games are coming out undone is because the people are buying them regardless. So they got your money regardless, and then they're like, "Hey, we can just fix it later." So then, if you take that mentality, you mix it with the subscription service mentality, you got disaster. So for us, not for them, they're gonna be making record profits, but you still get a disaster because you're mixing two bad things, and that's what they want. It's basically becoming mainstream, more mainstream than normal.
Right, and I was about to say, where you get that stuff from though? Because honestly, yeah, people don't want to pay for $70 games, but that don't mean that they're not doing it. Like a lot of games are still breaking records, even with these closure of the studios. Games are still breaking
Because
records.
Some
you
records.
talking to me or Bobby?
Oh well, Bobby, because he was saying that people not buying $70 games because they $70 games, but that's not true.
Yeah, there's a lot of games not being bought because of the price range. Just look at most of the Square Enix games. A lot of people ain't buying Final Fantasy Rebirth because of the price range. That's why you see it actually make more money when it goes on sale.
Um, I don't think that's the reason why Rebirth didn't sell as much as the first one though. Not because you got to think about it, the first one. The first one was not it was $60 because it came out PS4. But yeah, that was just a $10 increase. I don't think because of the $10 increase, people didn't buy Rebirth.
They even went with Final Fantasy 16 as well. Like you see it actually rise up a little higher because of on sale as well.
That's not the reason though. There was a lot of things about Final Fantasy 16. For example, it wasn't the standard RPG that people were expecting. They went more Devil May Cry style to appeal to another fan base. On top of that, it had performance issues out of this world. So I don't think that the price tag was the reason why people ain't spending the money. Now, granted, when you add in the price tag with that, people will probably wait for a sale. But again, I don't think like I know that Spider-Man 2 sold well. You had what's that Stella Blade? Stella Blade is doing good. What's the Xbox game that just got on PlayStation? Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves is selling well.
But yeah, Sea of
So it's
Thieves
like
was
it's
already
not.
going to make play well because a lot of players that saw it actually really wanted to play it because they were still rare fans. So when they actually saw it come to the PlayStation, they were like, "Oh yeah, we get to play it now." And plus, it's
Yeah,
crossplay,
but
so
I'm just saying in general.
they get to play with their
I'm just
friends on
saying in general.
Xbox.
I don't think that's the $70 price tag isn't the reason why some of these games don't sell as much.
Yeah, but if you ask certain people, people would tell you that the reason why they don't buy games day one most of the time is because they don't want to pay the $70 price range.
Well, that's a minority though. That's only the people that we talk to like on Twitter and stuff, and maybe some people you talk to in your real life. But that we still a minority. And I would be real with you. I was like that from the get go. I buy games. Right now, I'm not buying as many games. But even when I was buying games, half my games I would be buying at discounts, even when they were $60. It wasn't because of $70 price tag. It's just because that's just the type of I'm always on looking at
So
deals and stuff
would
like
you
that.
buy Grand Theft Auto if it was $100?
Hell yeah.
Well, that would be the new price from that point on.
Yeah, and that's a you talk
Every
about
game would be
30.
$100 from that point on. Once Grand Theft Auto releases and it sells for $100 for standard edition, every single company will sell their games for $100 from that point on.
wait, Fred. Let me get this. So
You said Grand Theft Auto.
that's
Yeah,
a that's a game
that
that
You
lasts
specifically chose
generations.
Grand Theft Auto.
That's a game that lasts
Yeah,
generations
legit.
and more plus generations, two
exactly.
three
But
generations.
the thing is though, if that game sells for $100 on standard edition, everybody will follow suit and make their games $100 so they can
Everybody
make that
can't
profit.
everybody can't make their games $100 because Grand Theft Auto is gonna sell regardless. If you take a game like Stellar Blade, put it for $100, there ain't nobody buying Stellar Blade for no hundred
Yeah,
dollars.
but
They buy.
people said that, but 2K raised their game up to 70, and then they started making games $70.
Yeah, but that's
But
that's a
that's
sports game
2K.
though.
Like
That's a
that's what we saying. Like you got to look at the game. You keep naming these generationally influenced games. Like everybody's about to follow that. You got to look at the game. We not. You can't look at the price tag. You got legit look at the game that you're talking about.
Well, I'm a
Like B
gamer at
said,
heart.
if
I
Stellar
don't
Blade,
feel like any game that needs to be $70 or to $100 at least.
but,
Hey, don't
but
get
still,
me don't get me
If
wrong.
Stellar Blade,
I definitely agree with the price. Like all the games being a certain price, but certain games can get away with it because people are gonna. It's like cigarettes. Oh, we're gonna make cigarettes $100. People are so addicted to those cigarettes, they're gonna buy it no matter what the price is. So it's certain games though. Not all games, not every game. Grand Theft Auto or 2K, a sport games, Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, it's addiction. You're set. You're set. But
Yeah, that game's already kind of come
what's the game?
here. Grand Theft Auto.
You said what? Wait, what about it?
I said that game is probably going to be the one that comes out for next year. That's probably going to win everything and also be the top selling one on the chart.
Oh yeah, it's 100%. It's gonna be the top game of the charts. It's gonna be the game of the generation. It's gonna be the game of the generation. That
Unless
this.
they pull a Cyberpunk and fuck themselves. That's the only way. That's the only way that game will end up not being good is if somehow it has a lot of issues running on semi new hardware nowadays. Since now
We're
everybody
talking.
calls these systems old now.
Right. We're talking about Rockstar. We're talking about people who would try to push the boundaries. Where even though they're shiesty, they do some shady stuff. And I'm saying this as one of my family members works for Rockstar, so I can't really say too much. But we're
Well,
talking
it's also
about
owned by Tucson, isn't it?
yeah, something like that. So we're talking about they released Grand Theft Auto 5. They came out on PS3. Then they released Grand Theft Auto 5 again. That came on PS4. Then they released Grand Theft Auto 5 again. That came on PS5. Now, granted, same game, different things you can add to the game, more frame rates, more graphics, more everything, right? And then on top of that, which is the main caveat, is that they released a single player game that everybody wants to play, and they released a game that multiplayer that everybody wants to play. That's making them billions of dollars a year. The game's selling is it was on the top selling list for a while, for years. after its initial release on a third generation console. The game came out on PS3 at first, and it's still
Yep.
selling today. That's the only game. What other game you know was the same game? Nothing really
Skyrim.
changed. There you go. Skyrim is another one. You right. See, you got it. You got it. Skyrim is another one. Skyrim is another one. Which I'm not even mad at Skyrim, but I'm mad at Grand Theft Auto because I'm sick of that shit. I was sick of Grand Theft Auto 5. I've been playing Grand Theft Auto 5 on 3 generations already. Skyrim, at least when I played Skyrim, I had, there was a little bit different things that I can do. I could play a different way. I got different builds, stuff like that. But Grand Theft Auto, I gotta play the same. I gotta play as Franklin, Trevor, and what was the other name? Michael. I only play with those three. So some of that's like the moral of the story is those are games that no matter what you do are gonna sell.
Yeah, I was just gonna add in too. Can you hear me, or is there a lot of
I hear you
feedback?
now.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say too. That's another reason why we
Freddie,
like Killer Quick
the wind is
experiences.
blowing too hard in your microphone.
Yeah, Fred, your mic is like crazy right now.
Sounds like he's in a
All
typhoon
right,
or
now,
something.
He might be where I'm at right now, where this thunderstorm just came through and tore up the city.
nah, y'all good. If y'all can't, is it still windy?
That's
It's
better
still
now.
windy, but you good.
Okay, I was gonna say real quick. That's why we got games like Seafood and Kinder Bridge of Spirits and Miles Morales coming in at like $50, $40. Helldivers 2 at $40. Like people are not going to spend. It may sound a little contradictory what I'm about to say, but people are not going to spend $70 for those specific types of games. You know what I'm saying? Like the price tag isn't the main factor. It's the type of game, right? So if you charge everything $70, then yeah, people gonna start picking and choosing. But being charged $70 is not the reason why people don't buy a specific game. I'm gonna be real with you. If Helldivers 2 was $70, people would have bought that game. Like legit. And it probably would have sold just as
Not a
much as
lot
it
of people.
sold.
But yeah, I could definitely see people buying it, but not a lot of people buying that. I don't see everybody going out there to buy a $70 Helldivers 2.
Shit, I do. I think the only reason why they didn't do it though was because they trying to do a strategy with their.
Now I got a question for both of y'all. If I made a game and my game was 150, are you guys buying it?
It depends what the game is.
Yeah, but say hell no, ain't nobody play your game.
If it doesn't pique my interest, I ain't gonna pay that much money for it. I'll wait for it to go on sale.
No, the point is an unproven game, so you're not gonna even take your chance and paying 150. That's double the price of $70. You're not gonna do that because you
Nah,
don't know who
facts.
I am.
Knowing Beast, he'll make a game where you just bounce a ball on the fucking platform. It's like just keep it there.
Wow, I would ain't never make no game like that. If I was to make a video game, which is a good thing, the topic actually. If I was to make a video game, I promise you it'll be a RPG or a platformer, 100%.
Fuck, I would make a game that costs probably $30, and then you'd be playing nothing but a bouncy ball that bounces through different little hoops. Like go like different dimensions of environments as you just bounce this one little ball up and down.
All right, so one more thing I got left to say. I mean, we basically ran through everything. Was This is the last topic that I think that we should talk about, unless Freddie has something to say.
I have one more.
Um,
I have one little talk real quick.
by all means, go ahead.
If you guys are a fan of Ape Escape, you should check it out because they actually released the PS4 or PlayStation 5 version of Ape Escape on the PlayStation Plus. Before it was on the PlayStation 4, but now they brought out the PS5 version of it.
I'm on my PS5 right now, so I definitely take that out because I really didn't really get into Ape Escape. I did on PSP a little bit. Um, so we got this is the last topic. Unless, like I said, once again, if you guys have another topic you're going to talk about, is when is the right time to reveal your game? Is it a right time to reveal a month before, years before? When is the right time?
Showcase. One of the showcases, either the Game Awards, Summer Game Fest, someplace where you know there's a lot of eyes on it.
Now, this is my take on it, right? You're right. Of course, at a showcase, you would do that. My take is this: depending on your game, if your game is super mega hype, Grand Theft Auto 6, something like that, it don't matter when you release, when you reveal it, people are gonna buy it regardless when it comes out, and
Yeah, but you have to have a
nobody.
dedication, like a dedicated fan base for that, because we know GTA is going to sell good because we played the other installments of it. But the people who are growing up now who don't know what GTA is besides the last one that came out because their family members or their or friends told them to play it, that's when they got that little hook to it. But a lot
No,
of the
that's what
generations
I'm
didn't go
talking
back
about.
to play the original ones.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. If you got if it's a mega super hype game and you have the fan base for it, it doesn't matter when you have your when you reveal the game because we know what to expect from you. We know your quality of work. We know everything. When you are doing your reveal and it's a game that you know, let me give you an example of a game, Cyberpunk, right? It's not the normal thing that CD Projekt Red did. You did Witcher. They gave CD Projekt Red the benefit of the doubt, but you revealed the game super in advance, like like almost 10 years in advance or something like that, something plus the years in advance, and then delay, and then the game came out rushed, and then it was didn't live up to expectations. So that's the thing that we're talking about. When
Speaking
is
of
the
which, for
right
that,
time?
before you go on for that, the Cyberpunk was actually going to be a top-down game made by CD Projekt Red. At first, they were going to do like this whole little strategy-like way, like sort of like if I don't know if you played Wasteland 3.
Yep.
It was going to be centered like that, like an RTS style. But then they decided to do first person to make you feel like you are actually the person playing like you are the person. But
But
the
I like.
downside that they did for that though, like the only downside that I had for that storyline is that it didn't really make me feel like I am V. Like I was hoping for more of a flesh out storyline, almost like how you did it with the Nomad story. That one makes you feel more like you're in it, like you're part of Night City because you're just arriving in Night City. And then as a street kid, that's my favorite place to the play. My favorite origin story for Cyberpunk is still Street Kid because you come back to Night City after leaving it and going to Atlanta. I think that's where he came back from, or she came back from. But I was really hoping that they would give you like more of like an origin story before you press on into the story. But they didn't really have like a lot of it. Like in the part two or the new one that they're making, they claim that they're going to be focusing more heavily on how your character is introduced into the game. So this way you can actually have a more of a higher grip of your character and actually feel like you're part of the universe. But you're still going to have a character who has like a name already generated in. So it's going to be like another person that's like V, but your choices that you pick from that game will be a lot more like the little D&D style, like the original way.
Right,
So
right.
that intrigues me. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you about that for that long.
No, you're good. No, but so like, yeah, and I agree. I didn't do the street cred one. I did the business one where like I was a business one. But
Oh
anyways,
yeah, the
I forgot. I can't even remember the name of it. But
yeah, I can't. It's spacing out on me as well. So it's like I was gonna say Cyberdon, but then I was like, nope, that's a
I don't know
totally
which
different
one it
fucking
was.
thing.
But I was just all I know is that I was the corporal.
Yeah,
Corporal. That's what it's
yeah,
called.
the
Corporal.
Copal. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Because
That's
you
the
you
one
start
that I
off with
picked.
Jackie as your friend, when you play Corporal, Jackie Wells is already your friend.
Wait. And now I'm getting sidetracked. Hold up. So when you play as different
Yeah,
ones, there's different
different
stories.
ones you meet Jackie. Yeah, the way you play it, each different path style has a way you meet Jackie. Corporal, you start off
Oh,
with Jackie as your friend. Then Nomad, you start off when you get introduced to Jackie because he's helping you smuggle in that lizard from the border. And then Street Kid, Jackie tries to take the car that you're jacking, and that's how you become friends.
wow. Didn't now I never knew that. Anyway, so now that we got that out of the way, and that's very interesting by the way. I did not know that. Now I gotta look that up because I only played that way. Um, but basically I was just saying that they revealed the game way early and we was hyped for this game for years and years and years to the point that it got to the end of the PS4 cycle. And then from the PS4 cycle, we went to PS5 and remember this game wasn't I think this game was supposed to launch as a PS like a not a PS5 launch title but like it was supposed to launch with a PS5 version. But when I brought my PS5 and I was waiting for this game, when I went into the store to go pick it up because
Yeah,
I
it
didn't
was
really
announced during the PlayStation 3
r-
era. That's when
yeah
Cyberpunk was
there
announced.
that's what I'm saying. So if you have a reveal all the way back then and I buy my PS5 thinking it's gonna be a PS5 game, and then it's a PS4 version. I see a blue box versus me getting a blue and white box, which is a PS5 copy of the game. That's what I'm saying. That's way too early to announce that. And Fred out of everybody hates that the most. He hates that the most. That you revealing a game so far in advance and we're not able to play it.
Yeah, yeah, I do.
They did that with the Knights of the Old Republic, and I'm still a little mixed between if we ever see it or if we're ever not going to see it. Because there's plenty of people out there that saying PlayStation doesn't even look forward to making it anymore, and then that news reporter guy says that they're still working on the game, so it's confusing the shit out of me on that
We
part.
could so we could all agree we hate when when developers and publishers reveal games that we're not going
Yeah,
to see for the next 10 years.
you know that I don't know if you were around during that, like if you were a big gamer during the time for the certain E3 showing where they had like a ton of original Xbox games and PlayStation 2 games showing off, and then they showed like a couple of them that never even came out, like the
Oh yeah,
Highlander
all the
game.
time. They do that all the time. They do that all the
they
time.
they showed a Highlander game that they were making for PlayStation 2 and Xbox that looked really good. Like you could like chop people's heads off, and then you gain abilities to level up your stats and stuff. They showed off like a full on almost maybe 45 minutes on PlayStation and 45 minutes on the Xbox, and then that game just like gets deleted from existence for
Yep,
like 2 years
yep.
later.
Because it doesn't it's not going to equate to anything money that's going to be
Yeah, and
it's never
Xbox
going to do anything. So,
Xbox had a game that could have been a competitor against God of War at the time, which was this pirate ship game called Pirate Blood. And then that game got delisted off of Xbox, and now it's coming out again, but for all consoles.
there you go. There you go. All right. So basically, we all hate when that happens. That's basically the grand scope of it. We don't like when they release games way too early. Sorry, not release, but reveal games way
Yeah,
too early.
and
All
even
right.
that Doom 4, like the original Doom 4 storyline was you play as a group of survivors that had to go and take on a zombie apocalypse because whatever happened in Doom 3 made it to Earth and pretty much fucked up Earth. Which then they recycled that entire storyline and then turned it into that Doom Marine storyline one that we
Right.
all know from 2018.
Right. There you go. So we have it. Um, Fred, you have anything else?
Now, all I say is, I would hope people not announce their game for if it's not coming out within a year. Why are you announcing the game? Um, like legit, like
They want to
what is the
tickle your pickle.
purpose? It's no purpose. It's no purpose. It's like Whatever reason you can come up with, I can guarantee you that's not a good reason. So like,
Right.
I don't have an actual answer when they should announce it. I do know when they shouldn't announce it. And
Right.
again, if it's more than a year, now granted, GTA, and let's take GTA for example right now too, right? It's more than a year out. They announced it more than a year out. Okay, cool, but it wasn't even more than 2 years out. It wasn't. It wasn't. They didn't announce that 2 years out. And if GTA is doing it, where they can literally shadow drop that and shit out money, why would you be like? I think every studio should follow GTA's history, what they just did. You don't need to. You actually begin to lose. It's kind of like the Marvel Blade that, and Marvel does this a lot. Like I know there's not video games, it's movies. That's a different medium, so of course not everything's gonna be the same. But look at all the projects that Marvel will be talking about that's coming out within the next 4 years, leading up into the next Avengers. We don't need that. Every single time they've done it, it did not work out.
That's
So
true. That's
yeah,
true.
like it shouldn't be more. If your game is definitely
But
2 years away,
to
no,
be fair,
we
though, the
shouldn't be hearing
Marvel
about that.
movies have hit a like after Civil War, their movies have been really shitty, and also the TV shows have been a little lackluster. Like they killed off maybe one of the main characters that they had almost in every single one of the movies for Avengers in a TV show, which pretty much made no sense why they had to kill off that character. For spoiler reason, I'm not going to say her name. This way, it doesn't ruin anybody's who haven't watched it yet if they listen in.
Yeah, but just to reiterate too, though, again, like a year is like I guess should be the gold standard, right? Within a year time frame. Astrobot announced their game with a couple months in advance, right? Um, Budokai, I mean, Sparking Zero announced their game with a year from this release date. I think it was then exactly a year when they teased it. So I think those should be, and then of course look at GTA for the maximum amount of time. I think those three games right there should be like the pres. They should set the precedents for the different types of games, right, and how they announce them.
That's it. That's all I had today for gameplay. I was looking through the list. It's not. We basically spoke about everything. I haven't. There's nothing we really missed.
My bad. Okay, we can do outro. I'm just getting into that career right now.
All right. Well, I'll start with my outro real quick. It's your boy. You're a beast. Once again, you already know. Catch me on every social media platform known to date with the same name. You're a beast. Where I live stream, make gaming content. I might do gaming news, reveals, and I do giveaways. A lot of people already see me in action. You can see me live in person. I'm a real person. I play these games and I play games that I talk about, and I don't talk about games I didn't play. There you go. So you guys go and follow me, and as always, I always thank Fred for making the gameplay community podcast where we're live every Saturday, almost every Saturday at 11:30 Eastern time. And yeah, I'm out. Peace.
All right, Bobby, you ain't new no more. You ain't new to this. You true to this. What's up?
Well, whenever you come around this, I never have anything I want to say basically except for Bobby. I play video games. There you go. I don't really have anything I can say. Check out my YouTube channel or subscribe to my YouTube channels. I don't really have any of that. So
Hey, turn up. Okay, okay. And that's what it's all about. Playing video games. At the end of the day, to be a gamer. um, this Friday gameplay. You can check us out and the Gameplay Communities Podcast on live on Twitter X And if you're watching Space Replays on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button. You can follow me on YouTube, Twitter, X, Instagram, Facebook, and Threads at FreddyJGamePlay. Just go ahead, type that in. Give me a follow. Give me a subscription. Give me a like. Add me as a friend. Whatever it is.
Don't forget to
And
comment.
make sure, yeah, you can comment. You can comment. Definitely hit that like button. You can definitely comment though. You know what I'm saying? Hit that like button though. All right, hit that like button. I mean, or you can always just donate to us too as well. But now go ahead, hit that like button. All right, hit that like button if you ain't got none of donations. Okay, all right. And this has been the Gameplay Community Podcast. Peace out, y'all. Oh wait, one more thing. I am going to be streaming too. Just give me a minute. Take a little bit of a break. But I'm gonna be streaming Predecessor rank mode, you know what I'm saying, over on YouTube. So make sure y'all go over there, follow me,
Sounds like a plan.
comment, like, tune in live to see me squabble with these amateurs, okay? And I'm trying to become Paragon. Hey, okay, ooh, turn up. All right, so yes, watch me become Paragon, y'all. Watch me become Paragon. Peace out.